Welcome in. Check, check, check. If you could type a one in chats to let me know if you can hear me okay. Hopefully, I am not screaming. You're always gorgeous. Thank you, love. I'm not screaming, am I? Because sometimes it's a little loud and then sometimes you can't hear me at all. Mwah. Thank you. So normally I've been trying to do like it's kind of like, audiobooks or, like unsolved mysteries type of motif that I've been working on. And due to the Dwayne Keefe D case with Tupac, it hit me a type of way. And any of those that kind of know me to any extent or ever listen to any of my streams, I have a sensitive spot when it comes to law enforcement's lack of due diligence in their cases and how they're handling them. So Tonight's topic is going to be, is law enforcement heroes, or are they kind of villains, or kind of somewhere in between? A lot of times we don't we a lot of times we think of law enforcement, the majority, I would say the majority of our population thinks of, law enforcement as they're here to protect us, et cetera, et cetera. When it comes down to serious cases, for instance, like the Tupac case, or missing children's cases, SA cases, sexual violent crime cases, a lot of times these cases are brushed under the rug. And so it really hits me in a spot. I know, I have to agree. Good to see you, Nance. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. And we're going to be discussing, a specific case that's, fairly close to my heart. Okay, it was like extremely close to my heart. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So while I'm finishing prepping up, I just didn't want you guys to think that, I wasn't going to show up. I'm going to have a little intermission, a little music. Arkansas, you're welcome to come up also. Any of you are. But that's what my topic for today is going to be about. It's about, how Nevada's law enforcement is there, they have a serious lack of due diligence. And this is probably going to, you know, set a couple of rears on fire. But who enjoys that more than me? Just saying. So if you can give me just 1 second, I'm going to get some pages ready so I have something to show you. I'm all shiny and glowy tonight. Oh, it's probably sweat. I don't feel too good today. Today's been a rough day. I think I overdid it yesterday, so today for me is a little on the rougher side. But thank you, Arky. I will be right back. Welcome back. I'm back. Okay, let's see if I can switch me to the other side. There we go. Oh, I love Restream. It's so much better. Okay, so here I have a page up, and this page is Nevada's cold cases. There is 68 cold cases in Reno, Nevada. There is 2 cold cases up here by Lovelock. As we zoom out, oops. Oh, control. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. We have, I believe this is up here by Elko. So this is Battle Mountain. There's one case up in Battle Mountain. There's 2 cases in Wells, Nevada. And this doesn't even include Dylan Rounds. Now, Dylan Rounds was an Idaho case originally, but there is some of the evidence that, relates kind of back to like the Wendover area, Montello, Nevada area. There is 2 cases over here, a little south of Hawthorne. Oh, I don't know why I keep doing that. Then there's one over here where the Nevada and the Arizona border are, and 727 in Las Vegas, Nevada alone. Which one of them is Tupac? My Libra moon comes out in these type of debates as I can argue both sides. And there is the good side of law enforcement, which typically, that's the hopeful side that, they're going to step in and they're going to do their job and do it with nothing but respect and, not treat you like you either don't know what you're talking about or they, portray that you're lying. I mean, there's numerous things that they do that are just inappropriate behaviors. And a lot of times, a lot of these cases, any case that, oh, the baby dog, a lot of cases that, concern children, they always think it's some type of, custody issue. They don't really take into consideration a lot of times that, there is real domestic violence going on. And then these people end up, these women, children, sometimes it's men that end up unalived. So, they really, really need to work towards building up their, how would you call it? Their program that they have for domestic violence victims in a way that actually helps the victims, one, get the cases solved. It's like they don't have like a backbone, or a lot of times the judges actually don't know family law as well as they should. And so a lot of cases end up where you have a parent that shouldn't have custody with custody or even shared custody. So as a rule of thumb, one of the major laws for any woman out there, okay, that has been in a domestic violence situation, typically, if there has been sexual violence or a serious case of domestic violence or violence like with a deadly weapon, assault with a deadly weapon, that perpetrator is not allowed to have physical legal custody of said minor child, which is subject matter of the court. It's what's in the best interest of the child. Normally, offenders are going to be repeat offenders at some point, whether it's a year, 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years down the road. An offender that it wasn't an offense out of self-defense is going to reoffend. A lot of times they come from homes that have had a lot of domestic violence within the home already. um, they've either they've either seen it in their own home. They also run rampant for like 3 to 5 years backlog within that family's history. So that child, so basically, if you are not the one that stops the domestic violence or the violence in the home, that child has potential ability to be another offender. Welcome in, Jim. Um, so a lot of times it's either on the mother's side or the father's side that they have had domestic violence in the home already from their past, from their childhood, or from their parents' childhood. So it's actually also in the Bible that they say it runs 7 generations deep. It takes about 7 generations for that kind of violence to be bled out of the family. So we as a community have to take that initiative to step in and help stop the violence while we can. And a lot of times when we ask law enforcement or, say like your local pastor, someone that you have your trust and value in, we go to those types of people for help and say, hey, what can we do to fix this problem? And a lot of times they don't have the answers. You have to remember, a protective order, it is just a piece of paper. You do have to take other measures to make sure you keep yourself safe once you are out of that situation. But I don't want to drone on. So there is approximately, what was the number? Let me zoom back out. Of cold cases. So we have like 727, 4222. I think this was 60 something up here. It was like 68. 2122. Yeah. And that's just in Nevada. And these are cold cases. These are cases just that haven't been solved. 2,351 unsolved cases. She's meaning one of my nieces, who is, my sister broke that cycle and didn't put my nieces. Here, let me put this up. Oh, well, I can't see that. So I'm going to have to unhide it for a minute. My sister broke that cycle and didn't put my nieces through what we witnessed as children. But it is like it's in the DNA, and she ended up in that situation. That's exactly what I was getting at. Here, let me turn this music down some. It's a little bit loud still. There. That's exactly what I was like. That's what I was getting at. That's what I was meaning. So, and it is, sometimes it's hard because especially if you were raised in a certain type of environment, we kind of expect it as we're getting older. Like we end up in a similar situation. And I guess it just depends on how much you disliked being treated a type of way if you want to tolerate it. And because it kind of takes you back to your childhood, it takes a little bit for it to kick in and be like, wow, this is what it was like for me as a child. Why do I want to put myself through that again? And then it takes that like whole eye-opening moment for you to realize like, oh, snaps. I'm putting myself and my children in the same situation that I was in as a kid. And so it can be really, really rough. Like recognizing the abuse, even when it's at its smallest level, to figuring out how to get away from it. And I have to congratulate your sister for, being able to break that cycle. It's not an easy cycle to break. It is not. And then we have to set examples for our children and explain to our children, this is unhealthy. This is unhealthy behavior. Like you need to be like, you kind of like have to whole like revamp your relationship to where your children get to see what a healthy relationship is like really like, instead of seeing, how you shouldn't be treated. Who's meaning who what do you mean, Danny? She's meaning one of my nieces. Did I miss something earlier? Oh wait. Oh, my sister felt confused, like she was back in the situation from childhood. That, yes, exactly. That she worked so hard to keep her kids safe from. When my niece started dealing with DV situations as an adult. So your niece is already like, she's already seeing it for her. Thankfully, my niece finally went to the cops, and hopefully it's kind of over. Hopefully it is over, not just kind of over. I get it though. I totally understand it. Here, I'll pop that up there. And that's exactly what it does feel like. It totally feels like you're reliving your childhood. I didn't even get a chance to read that before like, yeah, before I said it. So let's see if it actually names what cold cases they have. So where should we start? Should we start from east to west or from west to east? I guess we could just start here. Oh my goodness, they're so scattered. Oh, here we go. So, so the featured cases are, matter of fact, number one is Tupac. Second one is Terry Forcher. Camille Dardanes Dotson. Missing. Missing. Let's see here. I hope everyone can see this. The homicide rate in Nevada, according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Uniform Crime Report, the 2019 violent crime rate in Nevada was approximately 493.8 per 100,000 people at that time. In all, nearly 494 individuals per 100,000 Nevada residents were directly affected by violent crime in 2019. To clarify that the FBI defines violent crimes as sexual assault and rape and addition to homicide, burglary, physical assault. According to the same 2019 Uniform Crime Report, the homicide rate in Nevada was approximately 4.6% per 100,000 inhabitants, meaning that almost 5 persons per 100,000 Nevada residents were murdered in 2019. Carson City, Nevada's capital, has a population of only around 57,000 people, significantly less than the state's largest city like Las Vegas, Henderson, and Reno. In 2019, the violent crime rate in Carson City, Nevada was about 347.8% per 100,000 people, while the murder rate was still stable at 0.100,000 people. Although there is no clear method for predicting how many murders that happened in Nevada in 2021, as well as how many murders in Carson City, Nevada. 2021, we can go through the past crime data and uniform crime reports to make an informed prediction based on statistics and crime trends throughout the time. According to historical FBI uniform crime reports, the homicide rate and number of murders that occur each year in Carson City and Nevada. I don't know why they say Carson City and Nevada, because it's still, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense, but okay, they worded it, not me. As a whole, appear to have remained stable, only wavering slightly from 2012 to 2019. Now, I would like to know how many of these were from domestic violence or a domestic situation. So let's find that out. Mm, here we go. So let me share this screen. I think it's this one. Is that it? No, right here. Okay. It's just Robbie's. Good to see you, hun. You know, Carson City is Carson City County. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. It's like the only one that's its own city and county. It's kind of like DC, like Washington, DC. It's its own entity, which cracks me up because a lot of people seem to think that like the United States is a corporation. And what it is really is it was just DC was its own entity from the rest of the United States. That's all. And that was before the Constitution. 53 eye opening domestic violence statistics for 2021. Can everyone see this okay? I'm trying to zoom it in as best as I can. So, domestic violence, if you guys aren't sure, is also called inter-partner violence or intimate partner violence, is old news. And by the looks of the latest domestic violence statistics, nobody could dispute that we're far from beating abuse at home. Unlike before, though, it is no longer treated as a private matter due to the increasing third-party interference. It's getting harder to sweep incidents of intimate partner violence under the rug. BS. But anyways, moving on. And that's good news. But today, the High Court, we are going to dig deeper into the prevalence of domestic abuse across the world. So, oh, yes. You know what? I was just looking at this and I was just talking to someone about that. I was like, because of the vid, the domestic violence rate rose tremendously because we had no way to escape from anyone. Like, could you imagine being, in lockdown with your abusive partner? It's insane. Upsetting domestic abuse statistics editors picks. As many as 25,000 wives are burned to death in Indian subcontinent each year. More than half of, I don't know how to say that word, Congolia's women have been raped by their intimate partner. Over a third of domestically abused Americans are serious violence survivors. Battered U.S. women are 75% less likely to die when they don't have their abuser or when they don't leave their abuser. Battered U.S. women are 75% less likely to die when they don't leave their abuser. That doesn't make any sense to me. That statement makes zero freaking sense. Okay. American men are victims of domestic violence by 12% of the time. Globally, 275 million children witnessed firsthand violence at home. Reported intimate partner abuse cases ballooned over threefold in Hubei, China, a month into the vid. Domestic violence supports requests from Spanish women spiked 700% in the first 2 weeks of April 2020. Yes, it is. The most dangerous time is when you go to file for that protective order or when they get arrested. It's that first 24 to 48 hours. Yes, you are correct, Danny. It is the most dangerous time because as soon as they get out, they're going to be more upset than when they went in. Thank you, Arkansas. And let me throw that at the bottom right there for you. Enlightenment domestic violence statistics by county. So 83% of people is this all like, this is like Asia. I want like here. I want here. That's Pakistani, Kurdistan, Afghan, Syrian, Turkey. Okay. Let's see. I think it's this one. Okay. Can you still see that? Okay. How are you doing, Robbie? It's good to see you. Can you guys see this okay? If you guys have not heard of Vine, Vine is victim. It's like a notification system for victims. So the perpetrator, like say they have been incarcerated or whatnot, they they will notify you when that perpetrator is released from jail or they relocate, those types of things. Their next court date, their next court hearing, etc. It's a great little program they have. I don't think that you guys need me to explain what domestic violence is because I've explained it many, many times. And the different types. So there is physical abuse, mental abuse, sexual abuse, and financial abuse. There is many, many, many types of abuse. Child abuse, elderly abuse. Stalking is abuse, which I have brought up before. Stalking and harassment and cyber stalking are all still signs of, like, it's still like domestic violence. And it doesn't even have to be like up close and personal. And I've explained that, I believe, before. Emotional and humiliation, exactly. Yes, Vine is a very good program. So, elder abuse. Thank you, Arky. Who is affected by domestic violence? Domestic violence transcends all boundaries: age, gender, race, ethnic, geographical, economic, and sexual orientation. This crime is a crime of power, control, and anyone can find themselves subjected to it. Subject to it. The profile of domestic violence perpetrator. A perpetrator of domestic violence is one who uses physical or psychological threats to coerce his or her partner. This type of person often has two-faced personalities, like where they'll be like really, isolation is a good one, where they'll be like really nice to you in public, but when it comes to, in private, they're completely different people. They have like a completely like different tone. So say something happens and you guys are out to dinner, he'll be like, "You just wait till we get home." It's almost kind of like a parent-child relationship where you're like, "Oh, I don't even want to go home because I don't want to know what's going to happen." It's almost that kind of weird sick feeling in your gut. The perpetrator, let's see. Sorry. Robbie says that it's the truth. Yes, gaslighting. Very much so. One personality may be an upstanding leader in the community and charming and loving and a good provider, while the other may be very like violent, threatening. Characteristics of a perpetrator of domestic violence: denies having any problems of creating any problems. Instead he or she will blame the significant other for their failures. It is the immature, and they are very immature and self-centered, may have learned only one way of dealing with stress, like exploding. Like they don't have good coping mechanisms. May also have an idea that is it okay to beat up on their mate because their mate needs it or deserves discipline, a lesson. We are not children to our partner. Okay? We are not our partner's children. We don't need to be treated like it. And even with your own children, there's no reason to bleat the bloody bleep out of them. No. It's not necessary. They may avoid taking responsibility for their own conduct by minimizing, denying, lying about, or justifying abusive tactics. It is unable to express or accept feelings of dependence and vulnerability. And a lot of them, they feel vulnerable. And that's what really gets them going, because once they feel vulnerable, it puts them in this space of where they need to lash out and get control of the situation, or they need to feel like they have that control of the situation. Is highly jealous of mate's time, affection, or attention, is emotionally dependent, doesn't know how to form intimate relationships, and is fearful of the mate doing so. Fear of abandonment, leading to extreme jealousy and suspicions. And that's where they're like, oh, where have you been? Oh, you've been hanging out with this girl. Oh, she's not good for you. She's not a good friend. I think we've all kind of heard that recently. Oh, this person is a bad person. You shouldn't hang out with them. It's almost like we have parents all over YouTube. Interesting. Kind of interesting, ain't it? So let's pull this one up, which this is Nevada's statistics. Hopefully you can see this one. So this NCEDSV compiles quarterly domestic violence statistics and yearly domestic violence homicide reports. Now, when I was, Danny, why are you laughing? Oh, I know why you're laughing. He. So funny. So when I was in the very, very beginnings of dealing with my situation, I had to basically get an evaluation done. And the evaluation was rated from like a 1 through 10 mortality rate. So when you've been in a domestic violence situation, or you're currently in a domestic violence situation, you you have to go to like someone of higher stature to get help, because you're not getting help within your local environment. So you kind of like have to like go to the top dog kind of thing. So for instance, for the attorney general to help you, they have to like see how bad your case really is and how much they need to step in. And so they will do like an evaluation and take all the history of the situation, and they compile this report, and they will give you a mortality rate number. You can be, a 5 out of 10, a 8 out of 10, a 1 out of 10. It just depends. Like say, um, if there's a long history of abuse and extremely violent abuse where they have threatened your life more than just audibly, like literally with weapons, etc., that mortality rate gets higher. Or broken bones, those types of things. So the situation that I myself was in went from anywhere from being smacked around to where it was extremely violent. There was an assault with a deadly weapon, and a couple of our pets had died, and etc. um etc. So my mortality rate was a 10 out of 10. And that's where, the state had to really, really get involved to help alleviate some of that stress and help put me in a position to where I would feel more comfortable and more safe. So here is their quarterly report. So we'll just go to the most recent one, which is 2022 annual report. Oh, I can't really zoom this in too much, you guys. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to do my best. Mm. I'm going to leave this big so it's easier for you guys to see, okay? So this is it says they're enhanced we enhanced our impact. Nevada's Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence Annual Report 2021 to 2022. I can't wait to see what their new report is. A lot of these cases get brushed under the rug. I hate to say that, but it's fact. It really is. I hope you guys can see that okay. So during the 2022 fiscal year, we accomplished the following achievements through our member resources. 1,260 individuals attended 95 workshops and webinars. 282 provided technical assistance and consultations. 63 conducted 63 site visits. 74 staff and volunteers from the NCEDSV program and allied members completed 20-hour advocate certificate program. 38 staff and volunteers from the NCEDSV program and allied members completed sexual assault advocacy training. 10 hosted monthly webinars to help advocates build self-care skills and their knowledge of anti-oppression and how it affects victims and survivors. 81 victim survivors were provided translation in 11 different languages. 7 victims who are deaf and hard of hearing accessed in-site video interpretation services. Could you imagine if they didn't have those types of services where, if you were deaf, you couldn't hear, or something happened and it was you don't speak the language, so they can't really understand you. Oh, I just it's just traumatizing thinking about it. I want to get to the nits and grits. 31,469 victim survivors served, including children. 86,477 bed nights provided, including children. 2,954 temporary protective orders have been prepared. 9,175 law enforcement contacts. 60,474 referrals were provided. And that was for the entire state of Nevada. The entire state. Hold on, let me close this out. So, did you all catch that? So, for the whole state of Nevada, only 60,474 cases is basically what they're chopping this up to. That referrals were provided. Out of all of this, I mean, there is a lot more than just that amount of cases. And if you think of all the people that live in that one state, just that one state, this stuff happens on a daily basis, easily. Okay, let me go back. So, do they have like a total count? Because I didn't see a total count on there. I'm skimming through here real quick. I don't see one. I didn't see a total. Did you? Did you guys? I think that's only providing I mean, come on. Do you guys really think only 2,954 protective orders, and those were only temporary? It doesn't even state how many became permanent protective orders or the maximum 2-year, because Nevada only holds a maximum of a 2-year protective order. I can hear your voice when I read you're saying thank you so much, Arkansas. I do too. It's so funny. It's so cute when she says it. he's not even in here, so why does it even matter? At any rate, I'm not banning anybody. I hate to upset anybody. It's not affecting me. So that's you guys are being silly. Okay, I'm not trying to upset anybody, but I've never really asked for it. I'm not getting into it right now. That's not what tonight is about. At any rate, so Um, out of all these cases that have happened, they only had 2,954 temporary protective orders. That doesn't even come close to those. A lot of those don't even stick. If you don't have significant evidence to be able to maintain that order for a minimum of 2 years, I should say a maximum of 2 years, uh, they get thrown out after a couple of weeks. So, there's things that I would like to see is like how many of those actually got to stick? How many of those protective orders actually got to be held in place? Because out of an entire state of, I mean, I could find out about how many people actually live there. And if there was this many referrals, were 60,000 referrals sent, and we only have, say, half of that, which would be about 1,500 protective orders that stuck, is a ridiculous low amount. That means that approximately, if all these people were referred to getting help, shouldn't it be at least 30,000 protective orders? You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous amount. It's ridiculously low. And one of the problems is getting the order, because a lot of judges don't, they either, okay, so a victim has to file a police report. If you don't have a police report, you better walk in there with beaten and bruised. Pretty much. That's how it is. And then it's a lot of hearsay. So you need to have evidence, you need to have all these little, like, small little details to take to the judge, so the judge will actually approve the order, correct? So once you go in there and you submit your evidence, I believe Danny was, trying to get her story across when it came to her and Doug. She was like, "But this is what's happening." You know? Uh, this is what's happening, and it's hard to get what you're trying to convey to a judge in a manner that the judge is gonna be able to see it, understand it, and accept it, and then give you, the information and the help that you need to further protect yourself. It makes it almost nearly too impossible, unless every time an incident happens, you file at least an incident report. At least an incident report. Even if you have to do it later on, you know what I mean? Even if you have to do it later on where it's not right at that moment, you can at least explain to law enforcement, this is why, I'm in fear of my life. I'm in fear of something happening to me. So, you know what I mean? Just so you can still get the incident number. And you can explain to law enforcement that, you're afraid of something happening to you later on. But a lot of these cases go uncounted for because women are scared to get the help, because they know that it's a dangerous area, or they're afraid to leave because they don't have a safe place to go. There's not a whole lot that's being provided as far as sheltering when they don't have room in a, battered women's shelter or battered family shelter. Hi, Nance. How are you doing? How are you doing tonight? Night, night, Nance. So, I wanted to get into a little bit more about a situation and how things are, you know, really not handled appropriately. One, when you live in an area that is not a major city, you don't have a lot of resources. And then you have a very biased community. And that includes law enforcement, that includes judges, that includes lawyers. And a lot of these judges and lawyers go and play golf on the weekends together. Your DA plays golf with the judge, and it's just the way it is. It's a kind of like a tight knit community. So one, you're going to have a hard time finding a lawyer go against another lawyer in certain areas. They'll kind of agree to disagree, kind of thing. And unless you have substantial evidence, and even if you have substantial evidence, if there is friendship there, you can claim conflict of interest, but you have to be able to prove it. If you learn the law well enough and you know like what the statutes are, you can kind of help maneuver your way through it. But it takes a lot of studying and a lot of work, a lot of due diligence. It's not easy. So there was once upon a time a situation. Oh, Robbie's back. There was once upon a time a situation where I tried to file a report. And in Sarah, I'm not sure who you are. You're welcome. You're welcome to come up if you like. Okay, but I don't see him, Sarah. I don't know. But thank you. Just saw that driving, sorry. Just saw what, hun? Um so I can't remember where I was. Oh goodness. So so I was in this little teeny tiny town. And this abuse started. And it really just started with, heavy physical contact. I'll say it that way, kind of in a nicer way. Heavy physical contact and a lot of verbal abuse. And, I was like, well, who do I go to even report something like this? So you go to your local law enforcement and they basically they will remove that person, question them, and they'll lock them up for, 24 hours. And then it's up to you to go get a protective order if you can in a timely fashion. Some places aren't as quick as others, and it could take weeks to even get an emergency ex parte protective order. And they normally only do that hold for like 24 to 48 hours unless you're really, really looking really bad. And then they may be able to try to hold them a little bit longer, but there's no guarantee. So, needless to say, um, she's talking about a cross pollinator that's not in here. Okay, I don't know what any of that is. Okay, so, um, so when I went to do the report, there wasn't really much other than making a report, that person being arrested, and then getting out. And let me tell you, they're not happy when they get out. They become very upset. And you have two choices. You have the choice to stay, or you have the choice to go to what they call a battered women's shelter. And they have them for men, I'm sure, too. I don't believe they had one in this specific area that I was in myself. So now keep in mind, you have to basically take what you can fit. If you have a vehicle, what you can fit in your vehicle, that's necessities, no animals, just you and your children, or you by yourself. So I go to this battered women's shelter, and let me just say, it was this giant house that had these big bedrooms in there. And in these bedrooms, they had bunk beds. Now, I had never been in one of these before. They had a big communal kitchen area. They had a backyard you could play in with your kids. You weren't allowed to have your phone on because if there's a GPS tracker on your phone, the perpetrator can locate you that way. Okay. Um, so I wasn't allowed to have my phone on. I wasn't allowed to make phone calls from that specific area or even have the device on. You had to like come and go at certain times. Like you basically kind of like it was like living at your parents' house, right? So you're living at your parents' house where you had like a curfew. They did provide clothing, diapers, some food and things like that, which were nice. Um, but one of the things I missed was my dog. And this was before I had an entire farm. And at one point, yes, I had an entire ranch that I had to relocate. So, um, my dog ended up getting shot because he was angry. He was very, very angry. And so he had shot my baby who was 13 years old, my baby dog. Previous to that, um, it was like this ongoing threat that he had. And previous to my personal dog before said relationship, he had got angry at one of our puppies. We had a couple of puppies, and he had taken that one out and shot that one first. And then when I was getting really worried, really scared, the abuse was getting worse and worse and worse when they relocated me. Um, that's when he shot the second dog. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. I'm back. So, what's better than me just reading directly from the court order, right? Let me make sure I'm at the beginning. Okay. So, this was in the very, very, very beginning. And I think that as any of us would, we would expect a type of response from law enforcement like, "Oh my gosh, thank you for helping me." Like you think that they can just run and save you. Um Like when you're like, who do you run to? So I guess that would be my first question is when you're in distress and you're in fear for your life, who do you run to? And I guess I never thought I would find myself in that position after I left home. Like I never assumed that I would have to go anywhere. Like I would have to protect myself to that extent. But it does happen. So the situation started, I really don't want to give out years, but we'll say quite a while ago. And the first instance that happened was a very, very brief, short little snippet. And that first instance was him grabbing me by my hair and trying to yank me out of my car window. And I said, okay, he's just been drinking. I'm just gonna like let it go and hopefully this doesn't happen again. The second instance was approximately 6 months later. Sorry, I had to count. 6 months later, where I was very pregnant, approximately 5 months pregnant. And he had kicked me in the stomach where the baby was, and it had left a hematoma behind my placenta. And during my pregnancy of 5 months, he had also choked me in the hallway, slammed my head in the car door. So basically, I was trying to get out of the vehicle, and he grabbed me by the hair again and took the car door and sat there and smashed the car door on my head repeatedly. Choked me in the hallway, slammed my head in the car door. Now, my oldest had to get involved because he had found me in the hallway with my hand shut and locked in the bedroom door, where my fingers were poking through the other side. So when my hand came out, it went where it was inside the door jamb. So my eldest kicked the door open, got my hand out of there, and then proceeded to take me to the hospital. Thank you, Arky. I appreciate it. When I was at the hospital, the doctors, of course, are going to go, hey, how did this happen? Do you really want to tell them what happened? Do you really want to go there? And honestly, I guess at that point in my life, I really just wanted an apology. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you hurt someone that you say you care about? I guess in my brain, I couldn't like make sense of it at all. Like, why would you hurt somebody? Why would you hurt an unborn child? So, anyways, I had to explain the situation to the doctor. They had to temporarily put my finger in this little splint, not my finger, but my fingers in these like little splints. And then I had to proceed to an orthopedic, I believe, an orthopedic surgeon, where they had to basically put these like little screws, like where they really look like these long skinny nails inside each finger, where um to like hold the little bones together. They're like these long little nail type things. Anyways, and they run it through one bone into another bone. Danny, it's thank you. Thank you for asking that. No, I did not. My oldest child did. The one that drove me to the hospital proceeded to tell law enforcement what happened. Because all I wanted was just an apology. And that's how our brains think. Like the first time it happens, you're like, can the person just apologize? That's literally how I felt, was I just wanted an apology. Um And I was like, okay, again, he's just been drinking. He's under a lot of stress, right? Yeah. So, um, proceeded to get okay, yeah, got off the ground. Okay, okay. Got all that part done. Okay, so put me in the car, took me to the hospital where I was seen for my injuries and broken hand. Approximately February, March, April, May, June. Okay, so approximately another 4 months later, um, I was held hostage in my mother-in-law's basement, kind of like my mother-in-law, um, his mother's basement, without any food. I only had baby rice cereal and water for 2 weeks. Now, I was asked a question about this once, and they were like, well, couldn't you scream for help? Um, if his mother knew you were down there, like, why didn't she help get you out? Well, it was kind of like a finished basement. It wasn't like concrete walls. It wasn't like inside of a jail cell. There was a couch, there was a bed. The only running water we had was, those little runoff sinks from your washer and dryer. You have that like little utility sink. So that little utility sink had water, and so did the bathroom. The bathroom had water. You had a shower. So it was basically like I was like grounded to my room, just no refrigerator or way to cook. I had baby rice cereal and water. And during that time I was breastfeeding my daughter, thank gosh, because we probably would have really both been even more hungry had we had to share that baby rice cereal. At any rate, so at this point, at least I wasn't physically being assaulted. Now I was just being pretty much starved to death and kept away from any type of, any other human interaction. And that was about control because, see, he couldn't control me by beating me up. So he thought he could control me by locking me in a small space until I would submit to his demands, right? That's what they want. They want you to submit to their demands. And, I've been fairly independent most of my life. And I, I decided that I wasn't going to submit to that type of abuse. And I wasn't being completely like belligerent or anything like that. It was just, I guess he wasn't able to, make me do exactly what he wanted me to do right at that minute. And that would infuriate him. Orgy, it's good to see you. I understand well, but I'm not going to bring up that topic when I'm holding a stream on something in specific. This isn't like everybody gets up on panel and just yip yaps. Okay, moving on. So after that part, I go to the hospital, get my hand fixed. Then, a few months later, mind you, mind you, during that time, said person went to jail. This said person got out of jail. This said person had a court hearing and jumped bail. Like, if you know what that means. So they basically did not show up to court. They were, what is it called? Like, at large. They had not returned to court for sentencing. And during that time, mind you, I had, already relocated somewhere else. So I was already living somewhere else. And then, it, the situation happens again. So now we're at another place, a fugitive. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking for, which that said person still is, by the way. So at any rate, well, I don't know what's on the back of here, so making sure there's not any weird personal information. Okay, so this is where I contacted. I mentioned that I got a hold of the police department, and I finally felt like I was getting some relief. And they took me to a battered women's shelter. And that is where, I was in, that the house with all the rooms and stuff. So that was a whole new experience. And we had these like little meetings where, other women would tell about their story. And I was like, wow, my situation's nowhere near as bad as your situation. I mean, I've been, smacked around a little bit and had my hand broke. I guess I forgot about having my head smashed into the car door and all those other little things and being choked out really seemed insignificant to me when I listened to this one woman's story. And this one woman's story was um, she was a wife or something of a truck driver. And he would beat her up all the time. And he had tied her to the side of the truck and drove down the road with her, tied to the truck. She was just bloody from head to toe, from like all the gravel and everything just ripping at her flesh. And she was explaining this during our therapy. And I was like, oh, my life's nowhere near that. Like, I hadn't had any fat lips or black eyes yet. So, to me, I was just like, oh, maybe I'm just complaining too much. Maybe I just need to like toughen up my skin, as his mother would say. You need to toughen up your skin. Were her words verbatim, by the way. So that was in that month. 2 months later, because I thought my life was not nearly as rough as that woman's life. So I felt that maybe I didn't belong in that space. I should have stayed there. And I would have saved myself a lot of headache. Trust me. So we're only on incident 1. We're only on incident 4, by the way. On incident 4. So I go home, right? And this is where the dogs got shot. So the other dog got shot. The one was shot when I was taken to the battered women's shelter. So it says, attacked myself, grabbed my daughter from my arms, grabbed me by the throat, beat our dogs, and then I got up and fled again. So after the dog was shot, I got up and got a hold of the sheriff's department. They gave me money to leave and to not go back. And I said, okay. Where I proceeded to get my first 2-year protective order. Mind you, this person is still at large. They're still wanted for the first incident from 7 months previous. Sorry, I'm still having to count. So we're only 7 months past the first or the second incident. So now we're moving on to incident number 5. So between the months of bleep bleep and bleep bleep, oh, by the way, he found me. And this again started over. So then he moves back into my new personal home, and he would shove me into closets, lock me in there, verbally abuse me, beat me. Now we're moving on into the more physical. Now he's like laying hands, like physically punching and beating. I again got up, packed up my things, and left again. I believe this is now we're 6 months later. He's relocated me again. Again, I was held captive in a home, and I was unable to leave at any cost. The 2 months after that, grabbed me by the throat, put me into a wall. Again, I would go try to grab my child, try to leave, took my keys from me, had my daughter in my arms. He jumps in his truck, grabs my daughter, puts her in the truck. The passenger window is down. And you know the trucks that have that little piece? You know, that little step thing that's on the side that you can kind of step on to like get in the vehicle? So I'm standing on that and I'm putting my arm through the window to unlock the car door to get my child out. And he proceeds to roll up the window. As my arm slides down the corner of the window into where the mirror section is, my arm gets locked in there. And he takes off with the car. And the first thing I think about is, it's not a car, it's a truck. First thing I think about is, oh my gosh, I'm having flashbacks of the story that this woman told me in the shelter. By the time he stopped the vehicle, rolled down the window, I fell to the ground, covered in road rash. But it didn't stop there. A week later, he was punching me, putting me through walls, and threatened me that I had to love him or he will kill me if I ever tried to leave. It's at this point when you make that decision, well, I'm either going to stay here and get the living shit beat out of me, or I'm going to leave and die anyway. So it's almost like you're stuck in a position where it's a lose-lose situation. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to discern at that point, where is safety anymore? I mean, come on. Like, why hasn't the police picked him up? He's been at large now for like 8 months. You would think that they would find him by now. You've called the police. They've helped you leave. Why didn't they arrest him? He's at large. He has a warrant, right? Sometimes law enforcement doesn't always do their due diligence, and I've watched it firsthand. And it's heart-wrenching for me. It really is. It's heart-wrenching. Because you expect them to do their job. But they don't always do it. Two months later, actually it's like a month and a half later, the second dog was put down. We are now on incident 10. Sorry. I'm trying to stay out of my emotions. That same month, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. And I was like, you know, this person typically snores. He's not snoring. And he wasn't a smoker. And I was like, why is he smoking? Very out of character. And I went to the family doctor and I said, you know, I think I have some really bad anxiety. Like I'm not handling things well. I'm not coping well. And so they put me on 3 medications. And I believe one of them was oh man, what was it? It's like a like Valium, but it's not. I can't remember what it's called. I think it starts with an L. It's like really, really strong, like anti-anxiety medication. Anyways, that you're supposed to take like once in a lifetime. Yeah, didn't work. Did not work at all. No. So, anyways, so I go to the doctor and I tell the doctor, I'm like, hey, I have really bad anxiety. I've never had this before. Like, I don't know what's going on. And, that the trauma's starting to catch up with me. Like, I'm not understanding. I'm not able to like put things together. I'm not, able to, I'm feeling like I can't make good conscious decisions anymore for myself or for my family, for my kids. Mind you, I have 3 kids, and I'm like, this is not good. This is not good. Like, I don't know what to do, how to do it, where to do it, how to help, how to get help, who's gonna help me. I'm back in a small ass town. How am I gonna get help? So the family doctor proceeded to give me some medication. And his words verbatim was, I'm gonna give you this medication, but I hope you have a way out. I hope you have an escape route. Sorry, my bad. His words. I hope you have an escape route. Now, mind you, he knew this person his whole life. So he knew this person's behavior. Lorazepam, that's it right there. Very good. When I went to go get that refilled Arkansas, the pharmacist said, "You've already taken all of these?" And I go, "Yeah, I'm supposed to be taking them every 4 hours." And he goes, "No, this is like once like every 6 months." And I was taking it every 4 hours and it wasn't working. Did not work. Any rate, that I think it's a Klonopin or something else. Something else. Like there was like 3 different anxiety medications and they didn't work. When you're in that bad of a position, like that much abuse is going on, there isn't nothing that's going to help except for peace. Yeah, you have to physically be out of that situation for anything to work. So, just fair warning, medication isn't going to cut it. Yeah. Yeah, it was sorry. I'm in my field. So, yeah, not pleasant. So, after the puppy dogs were gone and all this stuff is going on, and I noticed that his mannerisms has changed, his behavior had changed. He was smoking, he wasn't sleeping, he wasn't drinking. He wasn't drinking. For the first time in a year and a half, he wasn't drinking, but he was smoking. I'm like, man, there's some weird behavior going on. And this is where I was starting to feel like I was crazy. And I'm sitting here peeping out the window with binoculars at the wee hours of the freaking morning, trying to see what he's doing in his work truck at the wee hours of the morning. And I see him get this little case out. And then he disappears for a minute. Then he gets back up. And then he goes back down. Then he comes back up. He puts some stuff away and he drives off. And I'm like, man, it's only like 3 o'clock in the morning. He only went to bed at like midnight. He only had like 3 hours of sleep and he didn't even snore. And this went on for like a couple of weeks, at least a couple of weeks. And I'm like, I swear he's got to be on drugs. Mind you, I'd never really been around anybody that had done illicit substances. So I had no idea what I'm looking for. And I get a hold of our local pastor. And we were in therapy with the local pastor. And I told the local pastor, I was like, I really think he's on some kind of weird something. I don't know what it is. He's like, are you sure? And I go, I'm pretty sure. I saw a box. He goes, well, is there a way you can get like a picture of it or, make sure? And I was like, I don't know. I really don't know. So I decided I was going to go to work with him that next day. I needed evidence, right? I go to work with him. And, he proceeds to tell me, you need to get out of the work truck. And I was like, I'm not getting out of the work truck. We're in the middle of BFE. You're not leaving me out here in the middle of BFE. And He's like, no, you need to get out. I need to do something. I need to handle something. I got to take care of something, and you can't be in the vehicle. Oh, well, it's just too bad because you're not getting me out of this vehicle because now I'm used to his bad behavior. Now I have a fear of being left out in the middle of nowhere. Wasn't going to happen. He pulls out this big metal case and it had like the little dials on it. So I'm assuming it was like a combination type lock. It was metal, and he opens it up and I see these bags. And they had white stuff in there, and then there's some glass stuff and some other little stuff, and I was just like, "What is that?" He's like, "Don't worry about it." So then I did choose to open up the door because I knew he couldn't drive off with all this stuff in his lap. So I did choose to open up the door and stand on that little railing thing, and I knew for sure that he was on drugs. So I messaged the pastor of the church and I said, "Hey, I seen it with my own eyes. I can tell you exactly where it's at." And he's like, "Okay." So we had our little family meeting, right? And the pastor proceeded to get a hold of the sheriff's department, the local police department. And when we came out of the sheriff's department, came out of the church, he got in his vehicle. Because mind you, there's a protective order. We're not supposed to be even around each other. He got in his vehicle. I got in my vehicle. And next thing you know, there's just like a bunch of police cars everywhere. And they arrest him on 4 felonies and 3 misdemeanors. Paraphernalia, 2 loaded weapons. And he's an ex-felon. He's not even allowed to have a weapon. Over 2 8-balls worth of methamphetamines. Paraphernalia, assault with a deadly weapon, and the shooting of the dogs. He sat in jail for a week. Went to court, got a doc number, was put on a suspended sentence for violating a protective order, assault with a deadly weapon, murdering a dog, paraphernalia, 2 loaded weapons. And did I mention the methamphetamines? Yeah. It was on a 2-year suspended sentence. For anybody in the city, if that would have happened, they would have been booked for at least 2 years in the pen. But no, he got out. So while he was locked up for that week, I proceeded to pack up and move again. I don't know if anybody else in chat's keeping track, but how many times have I moved now? Okay. Moving on. So after said person was convicted on the assault with a deadly weapon, etc., I left to another state. Again. Then this said person, 6 months later, proceeded to move in. Yes, exactly. I wish they had one. He located me through family, and she told him where I was. And it started again. He became angry. This was one of the last major incidents. I asked to borrow his phone so I could order food from the local pizza shop because my phone was dead. And he threw his phone at me. And I said, never mind. I just woke up. I wasn't about to deal with this today. And I got up and headed down the hallway. He proceeded to grab me by my throat with my feet dangling from the floor, where he chose to throw me over his shoulder onto the floor sit on my abdomen, grab me by my hair, and bang my head into the floor until I was unconscious. After that, he was not arrested. He was not arrested for that, even though I filed a police report, even though I was taken to 5 different hospitals and had a concussion so bad that there was blood in behind my eyes. I had that concussion for 6 months. What, Danny? Mm. After that incident, he proceeded to lock me into that home, padlocking the doors. So I wasn't able to escape yet again. 2 months after that, we were in the car heading home from thank you, Danny. Heading home from visiting with some farm animals. Now, during this time, I had noticed on numerous occasions like there was something wrong with my daughter. This is where my daughter gets involved. And I noticed that there was something just wasn't right. So we were headed home from this visit, and my daughter brings this up in the vehicle while he's driving. I am sitting passenger. Now, if you can imagine everything that I've already been through, do you think I'm going to open up my mouth and say anything while we're all in a car together that he could very well kill us all? Nope. I wasn't going to say anything. Except for this is impossible. This just doesn't sound right. There's just no way that this could be happening. But I recorded it. I recorded his responses. I recorded my responses, and I recorded her responses. So I had this video to this day on my phone, and I actually have 2 of them. Because the following day, while he was at work, she said it again, coming from the bathroom. And I take those recordings to law enforcement. Mind you, this child is 3. And she goes into great detail. I argue with law enforcement for quite a few weeks of why she hadn't had a forensic interview or a forensic exam. Because law enforcement in a small town wants to think nothing happens and it gets brushed under the rug. So after taking my daughter to her detective for her forensic interview, she had disclosed to them that he had been hurting her. That poop had come out of his penis and landed on her leg. And she had to clean it off. Was her words verbatim. At 3 years old. The case was subsequently closed by a detective Sorry, not a detective, by a deputy. After further reviewing the interview with the detective, at the bottom of the detective's statement, it says this case needs further review, which was closed by a 1-year in deputy. So not only was I getting beaten, my children were watching it, but she was being sexually assaulted, incest, rape. And the case was closed by a deputy. Luckily for me, this happened in multiple states. So multiple states have that case open. I hope I didn't do that to Danny on accident. Sorry. Straighten up, Inky. Straighten up and fly right. Sorry. At any rate, okay, hold on. I got to regain my composure. So the case was closed by a deputy who had no place working that case to begin with. That case should have been worked by a very seasoned sergeant, period. So, I had taken my daughter to the doctor, and the doctor stated that she was no longer intact. So in a let's see, in a 3-year period, I have 3 convictions. In 2 different states. And a current open case. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I have 4 convictions and 1 open case. Actually, 2 open cases on said person, which she's still at large for 2 of them. So when I get serious and I get like, people need to understand things are not always as they seem. You can hand the evidence. You can hand the evidence to law enforcement, but if you don't have law enforcement that's either dealt with something like that before or is seasoned and knows how to deal with domestic violence cases, period, they're not going to know what to look for. They're not going to know how to deal with something like that. They're going to read through things thoroughly. Do you realize that even while all that was going on, I had never been without a protective order through this entire time I have had one. And they would be like, oh, that's in a different county. Oh, that's in a different state. A protective order is good in all 50 states, but it is up to your local sheriff's department to enforce that order. It states it on the back of your order. On the back of this order, It will tell you that this order is good in all 50 states. And if they're, you guys have seen me post this numerous times, and it's under the 18 USC 22. It's a US statute, it's a federal law that this order has to be abided by. And anyone that impedes it, gets involved in it, will also be accountable. They will be an accessory to defying the order. So make sure that you are in an area and you talk to your local law enforcement and you say, hey, this is what's going on and I need help. I need to make sure all your I's are dotted, all your T's are crossed, all of it. And if it's not working for you, contact your attorney general, because your attorney general is the only one that can go above law enforcement, that can go above a judge. And if they are not listening, they're the only ones that can fix it. They're the only ones that can open an investigation on a public service department like the law enforcement, sheriff's departments, police departments, the judicial system. 9 hours outside naked with a loaded gun. Ah, goodness. Our niece is back in relationship with someone who had her locked in a bedroom, threatening her for hours until task force showed up. Yep, exactly. Exactly. I'm just lucky that nowadays sorry, there is the ability to be able to make emergency phone calls when our phones didn't used to. If you didn't have service, you didn't have service. And now our phones, we can call 911 if the phone has service or not. They could take the SIM card out. Don't matter. You can still call 911. Those are some benefits that we have now that I didn't have then. But I wanted to show a prime example of how law enforcement can really, really destroy someone's life by not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And there is states that have a habit of not handling their business as they should. Danielle says, oh my goodness, I can't read that. It's far away. The phone will also still call and last through a 911 call even if the battery is almost dead. Really? It will? How does it stay on? And Vic, as far as that goes, all I can say is, honey, I know. I've been through it. I've been there. And sometimes it's like you got to take the less of the two evils. Like, where are you going to go? I mean, and at that point, I honestly thought that I was going to end up dead either way. So, it was so hard for me at that time to make that decision. I mean, every time I left, he located me. And that's when I had to separate myself from everyone. I was like, I can't even be involved with family because they're just going to be like, oh, she's over here. I just couldn't. I had to completely step away from everybody. Wow. I'm so sorry, Vic. Danny says, when we got robbed at my job many years ago, I had 4% on my 4% and it called 911 and the call lasted 6 minutes. Usually 4% is only seconds away from dying. Yeah. It reserves power for that and for the tracking the phone, I think. That is awesome. I wish I had some of today's technology back then. Honest to God. I mean, I wish I could have called 911 from the car, like when my daughter was just talking. They could have just heard it live, but I mean, at least I still had the recordings. I think the show will shut down in the background process to put to emergency call through. I don't know if yours does, but both of my devices, like if you call 911, it puts it into like an emergency mode or something. Does it like help preserve battery in case something happens? I don't know. I just noticed that it does that. Hold on, I gotta mute because I'm gonna open this. It's gonna be loud. You believe so? I know. I always thought it was weird that they had this thing like it's called emergency mode, and I think it's to help save battery. So in case like something helped happens, like I don't know. I was just assuming it. I don't know for sure. The city where they don't answer your night. Oh, Arky, if you only knew. You know what? Um, I'm gonna be doing some traveling here soon, so I don't know. Maybe I'll get to tell you about it, Arky. It says you can also call 911 from a phone that doesn't have a SIM card in it or anything. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. Even because that's what he would do. Like he would disable the phone where I wouldn't be able to even freaking call for help if I wanted to. And this was back when I was being locked in the basement, and that people are like, well, you had a phone. Why did you call? Well, because he disabled it. But when someone's like drilling you off questions, sometimes it's really hard for me. I'll get frustrated or I'll get in my emotions and I'll be like, I just can't even think sometimes. But when I have the opportunity to have, my reports in front of me, it does make it a little where I can actually stay on topic and stick to it and explain some of the fine details that, of things that happened that should never have happened. There's no reason when a sergeant orders for someone to be arrested. No, it's not a sergeant, sorry. When the sheriff orders for someone to be arrested and the sergeant say, nope, I'm not going to do that. There's some crooked going on. Really, Arky? I am so sorry. And here, copy. I know I didn't put this in earlier. I wanted to get all of that out because I do get sidetracked easy also. But I did drop a link in the chat if anyone would like to come up and chit chat for a little bit. And so let me go back to my original title is law enforcement and the judicial system heroes, or are they villains? And I can't say until recently did I ever feel that the judicial system or law enforcement ever helped me until as of recently. And that's sad because there was so many occasions that I could have been unalived, and God has forsaken me, where given me grace to be able to live another day. And I will never let myself or my children in that type of situation ever again. If I have to stay single for the rest of my life, that's just going to be the way it's going to be. And Sarah, I am seeing your comments every now and then. I am not on StreamYard, so if you could keep your comments to the topic, that would be great. If there's something that you need to address me by, I'm sure my email is in my about section. Can you kind of keep your comments and your notations um private, please? And then, but you're more than happy to comment on anything about the topic if you would like. Just keep the chat clean, please, because I'm working on sponsorships and it's kind of like it's a little uncalled for and unnecessary. Vic says our sister still has to go to court against him because the province press charges, even though the niece did not, and now has gone back to him. Our sis has to testify against him. Are you asking me a question if she does? If she is the court's witness, um, I believe so. But I don't know about there. This is I'm assuming you're talking about in Canada. So I'm not sure what their law is there, but normally even if it's a state, because the state will pick up the case, they will still try to subpoena the witness in because the witness is their greatest defense or offense for, you know what I mean? Who is Arky? Oh, welcome up, beautiful.
I'm so glad you addressed that because I was about to be like, nobody gives a fuck about Wes Robinson. Like, leave it alone.
Well, it's
Like,
just not appropriate for this chat and at this juncture. I mean, if they have something they need to tell me, they're more than welcome to email me and, keep it on in, keep it professional. This isn't a
yeah.
chat to sit here and, cause chaos and drama. That's not what this channel's for.
Yeah, I think it's really rude when you're talking about, especially the content you're talking about, and then for somebody to just keep going on and on. So I did block 2 of that person's profiles, just so you know, and then you could
Okay.
just unblock it later if you need to.
Okay. I
So
appreciate it. And I
just to let you
also
know
put in
that.
timeout or something. I tried to from this profile type. It's a different setup a little bit, so I'm not sure what all I'm capable of through Restream of because I don't have YouTube open on another device anywhere.
Okay.
So I was
Yeah.
trying to do it from here from the little dots. I was trying to click on the little dots and make it work.
Yeah, you timed me out, but it's okay. I'll forgive
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's
That's and
okay.
I think I even said it too. I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh shit, Danny, I hope that wasn't you that I just timed out."
it's okay.
I promise it wasn't on you know me. I wouldn't have done
I
that to
know.
you.
I know.
But no, you're right. This isn't the place for it.
Mhm.
So,
So
and
I
I'm sorry.
think
I got in my feels a little bit.
I know, and I think a lot of times people are quick to criticize because they've never been in that kind of situation. And they don't understand the cognitive dissonance that occurs when your reality and then your thoughts about your reality are two different things. So you don't want to be in that kind of situation. You don't want to admit to yourself, like, this is real, this is actually happening. And a lot of times during any kind of trauma, you dissociate from your body, anyways.
You do.
And so it's almost like you had an out of body experience, like having a dream or something that you can vaguely connect to, but not completely until way later when you're actually trying to heal your trauma and you're like, okay, this really did happen. And I think that people don't take that into account. And, lucky them that they've never experienced something like that. But, they should also leave space to have compassion and understanding for people, even if they can't understand from experience what that person has gone through.
Exactly. And even if I mean because my situation it happened over a 3-year period. Yeah, a 4-year period. It happened over a 4-year period and it was like every time something crazy would happen, I kid you not. It would be like the next day he would wake up and he'd be like, "Here's your coffee. I love you." And I'm like, "This isn't love. What is this?" Like, I know I didn't dream that. I know that this black eye didn't come out of nowhere. I know the choke marks didn't come out of nowhere, and I'd be like, "There's something very wrong with him." And then it would make me think that I was crazy. Like, and it doesn't matter what you look like. And people be like, "Oh, but you're so pretty. Why would someone do that to you?" They attack men become very insecure. And a lot of the men that abuse, it's because they are insecure. Like,
Mhm.
Danny, you're beautiful and you're lucky that you're with Gemini because you just are. Because I
Yeah,
know he
and
has a
I
good
was
heart.
telling Arkansas in the chat too, it's hard for us sometimes when we get something good to know how to deal with that because if, like I witnessed domestic violence as a child. I mean, my parents were together for 15 years going through this shit. They planned to have me like I was going to save them from each other or make the marriage better. So I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of responsibility on a baby. I'm just saying. Thank
Mhm.
God they divorced when I was 6, but my sister had already been going through that shit for 15 years of her life, witnessing it, and it never got better. And it's like, so I never really saw a functional relationship. So when I have something good in front of my face, it's hard for me to deal with because it's unfamiliar, it's scary. You wait for the moment when it's going to turn all bad because that's what you expect based on your experience and what you've seen and what's been drilled into you that like this is normal and this is what a relationship looks like. And sometimes there are really good guys out there. Like, luckily, I have one now who I've explained all this to, and he's been so patient with me and tried to respect my boundaries by this point. Like we've learned a lot about each other and stuff, and he knows that there's times when I just need space or when I'm having anxiety or whatever. And so, but not all men are that patient and that willing to put up with somebody who's basically broken and traumatized from such a young age, or even just some people only have adult experiences and they didn't even see it coming because they
And
never saw anything like that. I mean,
so
there's the two sides of that coin.
so you're going to totally be able to relate to this. He, as a child, watched his father, not his stepdad, his father, beat his mother, um, strangle his mother with spark plug wires, um, on numerous occasions. Uh, I got to watch his father's behavior once when his father was out visiting and we were out on the boat and he was screaming at me. And I was like, whoa, it's bad enough me getting it from your son, but now you're doing it. And he actually bucked up and he goes, "Oh, you're not going to talk to me, her that way, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "What way you do? It's okay for you to do it, but not him." It was just,
Wow, yeah.
it was so mental. But then I was like, oh my gosh, I was starting to remember the stories that, his mom had told me and this. So he watched for the first, I believe, 8 years of his life or 10 years of his life, he watched his mother be abused. And he would even, I mean, I saw him grab his mother by her throat, pick her up, and throw her on the couch. I mean, he wasn't even nice to her. Um, it was just the way he was. He wasn't nice to anybody. If he was drunk, he wouldn't care if it was male or female. He was extremely violent.
Yeah, because he was never trained that, like, this is, because humans are programmable. We're not
Mhm.
innately good or bad, we're programmable.
Yes.
So you have a blank canvas when you have a newborn baby. And if that's what was taught to him, that this is acceptable and this is the way that, men are supposed to assert their authority onto women, then that's going to be his second nature is to just go to that.
Right.
That's
And
in his
that's
subconscious mind, and that's where we operate 95% of the time is within our subconscious mind. I mean, how often are you consciously aware of everything going on around you when you're driving, doing the dishes, like doing whatever?
yeah,
Usually you're
because
not. You're
we're
in some whole other world but you're mechanically just doing the actions based on what you've learned within the first 7 years of your life.
exactly. And I was saying this, it was yesterday, I think it was on Gray Pills, that I was like, we still have animalistic behaviors and we still do things kind of like, um, it's like how do I explain this? I know you're really good at it. We go through our day every day kind of like on autopilot,
Mhm.
and until we have to do something that catches us off guard, and then we really think about it, like, okay, well, how do we maneuver this, or how do we do this, or how do we do that? But typically in our day-to-day life, we get up at the same time, we do the same things, we brush our teeth, get dressed, da, 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 and it's like on autopilot. So when you come up against a situation that all of a sudden it's like, whoa, wait, it kind of throws you into that, like you're saying, like out of body experience. You're like, I don't know what's really going on right now, and it does feel like a dream. Actually, it feels more like a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
You're like, am I going to wake up from this? For instance, when my head, I will tell you this, if your head hits the ground hard enough, you can hear your skull crack. I don't know if you've ever fallen, or someone's ever, I don't know if you've ever been through that, and it's your personal business. If you've never expressed it, don't,
No, I don't think
unless you
I've
feel
ever
very
been
comfortable.
hit. I mean, I was in a fight where I was, well, not really. I was jumped one time at a punk show, but other than that, no, I've never really been like, beat up like that. And I was drunk as shit anyways, so, I didn't really experience it like that anyways, you know what I mean? But so no, I don't know what that feels like.
So for someone that does like contact sports, so like not to bring up Jim or anything, but you know how like he does the football stuff, so he's in a heavy contact sport. I don't know if he ever gets tackled. I don't know if kickers do, but they can get hit their head hard, and that's why they have a helmet on, right? So um I guess those people that what is it called, like kickboxing, I guess, that are a heavy contact sport, like, when they hit their head, like, it doesn't feel good. Well, if you can imagine your head being slammed on concrete multiple times, you can actually hear what feels or what sounds like your skull cracking. It sounds like, when you hit a egg on the counter and it cracks, that's what it sounds like in your skull, but really bassy, really deep.
Yikes.
It's a very insane feeling, and I only heard it twice, and after the second time, I was gone. I was out. I woke up, I, like, came to, and he was already gone, like, off in the other room, and I was like, "Where did he go?" Because last time I remember him, he was on top of me, you know what I mean? So when I came to, he was just like, poof, gone, and, I had got in the car, but the fence was locked because he would lock me in, so the fence was locked, so I couldn't get out of the yard. So it was like the whole yard was fenced in, and your driveway's inside it's a gated house. So, um, I had locked myself in the car, and, I was, like, really sick. I was like, "Man, I just feel like I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up." And I'm on the phone with 911, and they're there and they're examining me and all this stuff. And I couldn't even, I will tell you what, those scary movies where the girl's like trying to call 911 and you're like, come on, just dial it. No, it really is that way. Like if you've been knocked unconscious, like you can't even freaking think, Danny. You can't.
Well, yeah, I mean, besides the fact that you're emotionally traumatized at that moment, neurologically, your shit just got a little bit looser than it was 5 minutes ago. You know what I mean? So your connections even in your brain are, I would imagine, are not gonna be working at their, like, optimal performance.
Right. And that's what it felt like, how they joke around, they're like, "Oh, you've got a couple of screws loose." I shit you not, that's what it felt like. It felt like my little brain cells were like knocked loose. It was crazy. And I would not want anyone to ever, 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 ever go, and mine's not even like the worst case scenario, but for me it was traumatic enough. I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to go through anything like that. Even just down to having men that are like overly bossy. No, I'd be like, no, take your guys' butts to counseling so you can save your relationship and learn how to, communicate appropriately, because it can still be traumatizing, even if it's just verbal abuse or emotional abuse. It still does damage. And this is
Mhm.
going to sound stupid for a lot of people, but a black eye will heal, a cut will heal. You know, those emotional scars, that trauma doesn't
That
heal.
lasts forever.
It does not heal. It does eventually, but I mean,
Not really.
I mine's been 10 years and it feels like it was yesterday. So, the one of the reasons I even wanted this channel was because I know that it would be healing for me. I know the resources. I know how to get to I know what I had to do to get where I needed to be today. And it heals me and warms my heart when I know that I can give someone else that information or help somebody get where they need to go or feel secure knowing that they're going to be okay on the other side. It's getting to the other side is our biggest fear in life, is taking that leap to get to the other side, because it's a scary transition going from that abuse to being alone for a while.
Yeah, and also I think a lot of women or just people in general who are targeted by abusers are extremely empathic. They are usually the type of people who have a desire to help others. They have a soft spot and, understanding compassion for people who are, sick in any kind of way. So when you have an abuser and, a lot of times they'll try to justify their actions and be like, oh my God, I was having a bad day. I don't know how to cope with stress that well. I lost my job, this and that. Like they have one thing or another that they use as a crutch or like an excuse for their bad behavior. So then as the person who's caring and empathic, you're like, oh, maybe I can help them. Maybe we can get through this. Maybe if somebody just loved them enough, loved them the right way, showed them that it could be something different, then they wouldn't have to be like this. And so you have that spark of hope for humanity. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
sometimes it takes a lot to like break that, especially once you have children with the person or other kinds of ties to them. Maybe you guys live together, maybe you're dependent on them for, financial support, or even vice versa. There's times where, it might be the woman and the dude's living with her and she's kind of supporting him at this moment in his life and she doesn't want to kick him out on the streets to be homeless, or there's a whole variety of situations that it could be where it's hard, even though they would, drop the victim at, like nothing if a better situation presented itself. For that victim, they're usually not the type of person who can just cut ties like that and feel okay about it. And they know that, and that's how they're taken advantage of.
Exactly. Exactly. And
And then there's people who will criticize and victim blame for you not leaving soon enough, or you not doing the right thing. And it's like, no, we should never blame somebody for their very good qualities that they have to be a caring, compassionate, nice, kind, empathetic person. But it'll further victimize that person and make them feel bad for things that should be human nature, except for assholes like this. Like, no, we need to focus on the fact that no matter what the victim did, like, it's wrong what the abuser did.
right,
Period.
two wrongs do not make a right.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes, in a lot of cases, you know, women won't fight back, right? Others will. They'll be like, "Oh, you're gonna lay hands on me, I'm gonna lay hands on you."
Oh yeah, my mom
And
used to fight back, and that's not
and
healthy neither.
I'll tell you what, that can propel that violence very quickly. If
Mhm.
I'm not telling women not to defend themselves, but I'm gonna let you know that it'll take that level from maybe 75% pissed off to maybe 120, and it's just gonna escalate the situation instead of being like, "Okay, cool, you know what? We'll just figure out how to deal with this." And then you could go to somebody and try to get help and be like, "Hey, this is where this is going, or this is what happened to me." Make One of the things that I've said in the past is, if you get hurt, uh, you know, like they're grabbing or punching or whatever, soon as you're able to and you're safe and no one's around, take a hot bath and then take pictures, because the hot water is going to help bring all that blood to the surface that might not have if you would have went straight to the police department, because the police department will take pictures of you also. Well, a female will. if you're female. If you're male, then a male will. But if you take a hot bath, it helps bring all the blood to the surface of where those injuries are, and they will show up on camera.
What advice would you have for somebody, like, let's say that someone's in a relationship and the person's been really nice to them, like everything's going great, and then the first incident happens, and like, how many times or to what extreme do you think somebody has to go through something to where you would give them the advice that, like, you need to leave because it's not going to get any better? Like, what's the, what I'm saying? Like, what's the line on that? Because sometimes people do have an argument, or they have a bad day, they're going through something, and that's really out of character, and it's not always like that. But
So
what degree of abuse or what kind of situation would you say, like, no, you should just leave now sooner than later because it's never going to get better?
so if they become extremely physical with you, so say, okay, so I'll do this on the men's behalf, okay? So say the woman and the guy are arguing, and she's, flailing her arms vigorously, okay? And he goes to restrain her, right? To keep her from hitting him. And this happens a lot. And this is where this whole abuse thing can be misconstrued. So now he's restraining her and he's holding on tight. So there may be marks. She runs to the police and she's like, "Oh, he did this, he did that." Well, in actuality, she was swinging first, right? And he
Mhm.
was retaining her. He was trying to hold her down, preventing her from hitting him. When it becomes physical, is definitely an out if it's once, because an offender is going to reoffend. I wish I could have stayed away the first time. I wish that no one had access to me to tell him where I was for there ever to be a second time, a third time. There's 17 events that took place to date.
Yeah.
So, the first event, if you remember, is I said that he had grabbed me by the hair and tried to yank me out of my car window. And I said, he's just really intoxicated. It should have been no excuse. It hurt him.
Mhm.
So discipline my kids or discipline my animals, it still hurts me. You know what I mean? It would be like,
Yeah.
does it hurt you emotionally to your son, whether it's spanking or raising your tone? If I feel like a shit parent, you know what I mean? That's the
I've
way
tried to
he
tell
should.
him this. I'm like, "Can't you just do what you're supposed to do? Because I hate having to take your door off the hinges. I hate having to tell you that if you don't do your homework, you're not gonna go to Halloween Horror Nights with us." Like, I hate even having to say it. Why do I have to come in here and, like,
Why do we have to take it
have this
there?
argument with you? Like, can't you just, like, stop making me mom you? I don't like it. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
But I
And
but I
so
think
that's
people do need to hear that, though, from somebody who's gone through it, that, like, the first time you need to get away because it will not get better.
it will not. Especially if there's drugs involved, if there's drinking involved, and I consider drinking a drug. I consider drinking worse than a lot of drugs because drinking is it's easily accessible. It's one of those drugs that can literally alter your ability to make that conscious decision to not put your hands on somebody because you
Oh,
lose all
yeah.
inhibition. Um, I mean, this person could get that angry on weed. I've never seen one person ever angry on marijuana, ever. I'm like, normally they're
True.
like hanging out, they're cool, they're chill. That man could get that irate even on marijuana. And that's when I really knew I was like, there is no fixing him. There is none, nothing. He had a long history of this. I was not his first victim. His first victim was a girl when he was in high school. And
Oh, wow.
I have his psychology report because he was arrested. And he was very jealous, that very upset that she got a ride home from one of the other football players or whatever he was, sports guy at school. And so he had a couple of drinks with his buddies and then proceeded to go home and get a shotgun, and just happened to get pulled over on the way to her house, and told the officer that it's a good thing that I got pulled over because I was about to shoot her. I was about to kill her.
Oh my
That's what he
god.
said. And I have that report from when he was 17 years old. So this was a long, long, long history of that type of abuse. And the most insane thing that I read was in this report was his parents weren't upset of the act that he was going to commit. It was the fact that he got a DUI.
Hmm.
I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" They didn't say anything about the fact that you were gonna go blow this woman's head off.
Well, that just lets you know that it's the image that's an issue and not the, what's inside.
Exactly. So, um, after that, then he got with his ex-wife. Oh no, baby mama. He got with baby mama, and beautiful woman, beautiful. Oh, this woman's beautiful. She makes me smile. That's how beautiful she is. She looks like Shania Twain. Beautiful.
Okay. Well,
And
Shania Twain's hot, yeah.
yeah, she is. Oh my gosh. She's probably prettier than Shania Twain, actually. Very similar looking, beautiful. And she ended up taking boxing lessons because he would do the same thing. He'd come home drunk and beat the crap out of her. And one day he came home drunk, and she, she started taking those boxing lessons. So she got a little more ballsy. She took a baseball bat after him and split his eye open. So he has like this permanent scar on his eye, this big old slash. And he packed up and left. And his firstborn, he didn't see his firstborn again till 9 years later.
And
Uh,
I'm sure he told you that bitch was crazy, huh?
yeah. And then I had them both in the same room. And she told me everything right in front of him. And she goes, "Isn't that right?" And he goes, "Yeah, she's right." He didn't lie.
Oh wow.
He did not lie about it. And I was just like, I was beside myself because I was like, wow, and she's beautiful. Like, why would you do that? And I thought that way because this is in the very, very beginning. I'm like naive. And I was just like, wow, like this really happens. And she was an amazing person, and she was a strong person also, and she's just refused to ever be around him again. Um, he didn't get to see his son again until his son was 12. Last time he saw him, he was 3. And then he got with his ex-wife and went through the same thing with her. And I have all of her um, police reports of domestic violence. And so I realized that it wasn't just a one-time instance with me, or even a 2 or 3-time instance with me. This is a long history, not just his dad and mom, but with his sister and his first girlfriends, and his children's moms, and so on. So it was pretty much every relationship that he's been in, it's been that way. And I was thinking about this recently. I was like, I really hope that maybe he's turned a new leaf for the woman that he's with now, and she's not enduring that same trauma. And if she is, I pray that she finds a way out. Because the only way he is ever going to learn or be healed, which I don't think he can. I think he is one
No,
of those that are
it's too late.
in yeah, they're not
Mhm.
rehabitable, especially because of this sexual
I
violence.
was just about to say that. I was about to say there's no way because
Yeah.
I mean that doesn't heal. Even when they're chemically castrated or physically castrated and stuff, like it doesn't take it away, the sickness. It just
Yeah,
makes
it
it to where
doesn't.
they can't do anything about it. So, there's no rehabilitation whatsoever.
I don't think there is either.
No.
And
People like that,
and
there
I
should be public vigilante, like, out on the streets, execution style, in my opinion. I know that
they
that's highly illegal and will never be a thing, but it should be. That way people might be deterred from doing that, because especially when it's within their own home, they feel safe to do whatever the hell they want, and if they've instilled enough fear
Yep,
in somebody, they're like, "You're not gonna say anything. If you do, I'll kill
yep,
you. I'll do this, I'll do that." And the person's terrified to even tell and ask for help, and it's absolutely appalling that people can just go to bed at night when they behave that way towards others. I don't get it.
exactly. And I can 1,000% say they put the fear of God in you. Um, I'm of Jewish belief and Jewish descent, and I got baptized. I shit you not. I got baptized, and I was making all kinds of changes in my life, and I would sit
Oh,
and
like as
pray.
a
I would,
Christian?
yeah, as a Baptist, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I Matter of fact, right after I got baptized, I became a ordained minister. So I mean, I was trying all kinds of things. I was like, God, if there's a God, you've got to come help me now. And we don't people that don't are non-believers. Okay, people there's non-believers. We all know this. People that are non-believers start believing real quick when it comes to their life. They'll be like, God, please help me. I don't want to die right now. Well, if you're a non-believer, then who are you praying to? So we become very, very in touch with our inner selves. And I'm not saying there's a God that's, walking around or Jesus is, whatever. What I'm saying is there is a energy in this
Yes,
world.
there's a source energy that comes from the nothingness, from the void that fills all of us and is a piece of
Yes.
every single one of us, and it's greater than us,
And
and
it
we all
protects
make
us.
up a part of it. Yes.
Yes. I have to agree a thousand
You just
percent.
have to tap into that frequency.
And you will,
And sometimes
because,
trauma can be like a way to catapult you into that because you have nothing else, you know?
yep, because you're filled with nothing. When
Yeah.
you go through that type of abuse, it drains every bit of hope, love. All becomes fear and trauma. And you have to learn to not just love yourself, but to learn to be able to trust. And I think trust was probably my biggest hurdle. And then to go through the whole, you know, shaker and seasons, if you get what I'm saying. Uh, white stuff, shaker, salty.
Yeah.
And I had started actually
To
like
trust people and
trust
then be betrayed again.
to trust
Yeah.
and be like, this is what happened. Oh my gosh, I could finally like breathe. And then I'm like, well, why is it being used against me? Like, why? And in my brain, I'm like, why would they ever question me? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like,
Mhm.
why would someone question me? And then I have to go back and think about it. I'm like, I get it. There is some people that do lie. I understand that. But in my brain, it just did not compute on
Well,
why would
because
they
you
ever
know
doubt
what your
something I
truth
said?
is. Yeah.
And that's why I didn't bother arguing or fussing about it. I was like, you know what? It doesn't even matter because I know what's fact. You know, I lived through it. I know. I have every piece of paper you could imagine that's documented. If I,
Documented.
yeah, it's documented. Everything I've been through is documented. You know what I
And
mean?
that's where we have to just tell ourselves, like, you know what, this person is so below me and unworthy of even my explanation if they're even going to question it, because that just shows the low vibrational level of consciousness that they are on.
And
And
isn't that
you're
that
better
low
than that.
vibration?
They're in that low vibration that your abuser was in.
Yep.
And you don't need to explain shit to people like that. You're better than that. You're of a much higher, lighter frequency than that, and their opinion ultimately doesn't matter. No matter how many people that they rally on their side with them against you, it's like, you're all pieces of shit. I don't care. The numbers don't mean anything, you know? And we just have to know our own worth and our own value and our own beauty, our own strength, and just run with that and not let anybody bring us down ever again, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm proud of your sister. I really am. And just, really stay close when you know somebody is going through something like that. Whoever the abuser is going to try to alienate them. And so they don't have that support system. So that should trigger the closest relatives to draw that person closer, to let them know no matter what happens, I'm still going to be here to support you, so they don't, the
Oh,
other
yeah,
person
luckily
can't
our
trigger them
family's
into
really
thinking.
close, so, I mean, it's and he's like, cause okay, my sister, she never like, she dated dudes that were in prison so that my nieces wouldn't be around any kind of potential abusive situation with her and her boyfriends, you know what I mean? Like, she got her emotional fulfillment from writing letters to people and shit. And people might not understand that as a choice, but like, yeah, if she's so traumatized from her upbringing that she doesn't want to put her children around a situation like that, then she dated dudes in prison and she's like, well, they're not here to fuck with me in front of my kids. So she broke the cycle of abuse in her own way, the best way that she knew how. But
Right,
then my niece ends up in a situation with a dude that starts abusing her, like, not only psychologically, emotionally, but then it got physical as well, and finally she, like, called the cops on him and got a restraining order and all that stuff, and she's, like, just the sweetest, most caring person, and she's like, "But he's sick and he needs help," and we've had to, like, drill it into her, like, "You're not gonna be able to save him from himself. He has to want the help. There's nothing you can do. You have to worry about yourself and your life and get out of that situation." And even in the future, it's already the damage is done, like, you can't keep taking him back because she'll get rid of him, and then he'll go and he'll come back and, do the love bombing thing and shit, and then like hoover her back in, and it's, finally I think she's done. I hope she's done because it got, like, he totally choked her out and shit the last time, and she was like, I've never felt like I was going to die before, but I can't do this again. And then my sister, she's like, why are you putting me through this? Like, I experienced this as a child, and now I'm experiencing the same thing, the same helplessness, all the same emotions that I felt with my parents, I'm experiencing now with my child. And it's not fair to me neither, like, and it's really not. It's not fair to anybody involved. And it's just a situation that you have to accept that the time you've already invested in this is lost. And you have to take it as a loss and walk away, because a lot of times people don't want to do that neither. They're like, well, I've been with this person for 3 years. What am I supposed to do? Just walk away? Yeah, you're supposed to just walk away and just start fresh from today on, you know?
yep, 1,000%. I totally get it. I'm going to share this real quick for those that have never seen this. Is it this? Yeah, this is it. Can you see the whole thing? Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd it go? There it is. Ah, okay, a little smaller. Hey, where'd it go? Oh, I guess I went down too far. There it is. Okay. This is the cycle of abuse. For those that are not familiar with the cycle of abuse, in every new relationship, there's always this thing called the honeymoon phase. Okay. Here, let me do this. So then we're still up here. And then I'm going to scoot this over. Yeah. There. Can you guys still see it? Do, do, do.
Yeah, we can't see the very left side of the picture, but it was better the other way.
The other way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll do it. Can I push on the bottom? There. How about that?
Yeah, that's better.
There. Can you see the whole thing now? Okay, a little smaller. There it is. Maybe if I opened my screen more. There. There. Now you can see the whole thing. So, the cycle of abuse. There's in every relationship, there's always that beginning phase of like the honeymoon phase. I'm sure everybody's heard of it. It's like that first year to 2 years of the relationship. That's where the guys are buying flowers, it's the I love yous, they're on their best behavior.
Mhm.
That's what I
Yeah,
call
they
it, the
show you
best
the version
behavior.
of themselves they want you to see.
Yes, it's the version of themselves they want you to think that they are. Period. And then this is the relation. Okay, so I'll just read it. The honeymoon stage. Relationship starts out with the romance, the flowers, the lots of compliments. We call this the love bombing stage.
Yep.
Um, it's the if a guy comes up to you and he's only known you for a week and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so in love with you." That is a red flag. No matter how good it sounds, how pretty it sounds, that is a red flag.
You know, it didn't take Chris that long or Gemini that long to tell me he loves me, but, I was like, "This is really fast, like, you need to slow it down."
That may be true, but he seems from what I've learned of him since, let's say, what is it, December, January. Okay, so almost a year. So what is that, 9 months? He's a very emotional person,
Yeah.
and he is he takes what you say very seriously. And so he's the type that what you say, it hits his emotions before it hits his logic, which is unusual for men.
Yeah, so
That's
he doesn't
very
know how to filter that when we've been dating for, like, 2 times, and he's
eh,
like, "I'm in love with you," and I'm just like, "You know what? You are just moving way too fast. You just need to slow your roll, pal, because this is not." Yeah, I
but
was scared, you know what I mean?
yes, but and maybe because you have been through rough relationships, but
Yeah,
for him, his infatuation with you did turn into love after he had to sit back and work for it. And a lot of men, they don't have to work for shit anymore because it's
yeah,
this, let's hang out, and it's not let's work on building a relationship like the good old fashioned days. And that's basically what you did is you put him through a courting phase of him actually having to work for it, which most men don't have to work for anything anymore. Anyways,
true.
so he was able to go from that infatuation with you into moving into that love phase, which I think you did an amazing job at. And I'm proud of him for, learning to hold out a little bit, learning to hold on and, work towards the relationship as a
Yeah,
whole with you, because I think you both learned a lot from that. And you guys went through very traumatic experiences to boot. You went through your mom,
yeah,
the her being in the hospital, and then
and him the
his
same thing, and I
his
wasn't there for him during that time because of the way he was so overbearing with me when I was going through the stuff with my mom.
exactly, and not only that, but then he lost his job.
Yeah,
Whoa. So then it was like and then he lost you on top of it. So he went from one thing, oh my gosh, then your mom, and oh my gosh, then his mom. Oh, I just can't take life right now. And then his job, he was crushed. So I
but that's
think
the
that
difference though between I think something that could be really good and beautiful that people might recognize is like he still held out and then worked on it from there once I was open to it, as opposed to blaming me for shit, like harassing me, like making me pay for all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where an
exactly
abuser would have handled it so much differently.
correct. Correct. Exactly. And I really think that you guys going through such serious and traumatic events and surviving it, even though it was a little bit rocky and rough, you guys were able to learn each other's mannerisms and okay, he's dealing with this and he's still trying to like cope and focus. And vice versa, same with you. Like you were dealing with your mom being sick and everything that was going on and you were still trying to stay focused. So that teaches both of you that level of how far you both can be pushed to the breaking point and still not try to wring each other's necks. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
boundaries are very important, and I think also if somebody has struggled before with abuse that they should, they really need to learn their own boundaries and what's acceptable and what's absolutely not, and they have to put their foot down when something's not, because even for with me and him, and he's totally not an abuser whatsoever, but even in that situation, it was like, I didn't establish boundaries from the beginning. And so he would wanna hang out all the time and all this stuff, and there was days where I just kinda wanted to be alone and do my own thing, and I didn't put my foot down, and I would just, like, give in and do whatever he wanted. And then so that's where he got used to that, so then when I was like, "No, I really need space this time," it's like they don't know how to take that. So in any relationship, you have to have clear boundaries from day one, and you can't compromise them, otherwise it gets like that line gets really hazy for the other person. It's not fair to either one of you if you don't establish your boundaries from the gate, you know?
Right. Exactly. And a lot of us have a hard time with that because we get caught up in that honeymoon phase. Oh, this feels good, especially if you've been single for a while. You
Mhm.
enjoy the intimacy part of it, and it's not necessarily sex. You just enjoy the intimacy part of it. That
Yeah,
closeness
feeling
that you
loved or cared about.
exactly. Exactly. And that's part of the honeymoon phase. The honeymoon phase. See, the amazing part is that you guys made it through the honeymoon phase of the relationship. You
Yeah.
made it through the tension phase.
Mhm.
The tension's building. There's a little bit of the arguments, the emotional and psychological abuse between each other, name calling. I don't know how much name calling you guys really did. I know maybe behind the scenes you guys did, but maybe not to each other's faces, which is good because don't I will say this now. If you get to the point that you can call the other one a bad derogatory name, the respect is gone. So don't go there because the first time you go there and you get away with it, it's going to get worse. Like
Or if
someone saying,
you
"You
at
dumb
least
bitch," or
be
something like that.
accountable. If you say if you're like, "Fuck, you're so stupid," but then if you're like, "You know what? I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry," and you can be accountable, that's one thing, but it's when people when they don't realize that that's them and not the other person that was having a moment of, like, losing their patience and you know what I mean?
Right. But it's when you're like when they're like deliberately being like, "You dumb B word,"
Yeah,
or
when you're being mean about it, yeah.
yes, yes, that's what I mean. When they're being mean about it, that's when the respect is it's null and void at that point. And then from that point, then it's gonna go on to the insults, and then it's gonna go on to the battering, but we'll get there. So you guys did make it to that part, but without the abuse part, you guys were able
Yeah.
to go back to the honeymoon phase. You guys skipped right over the battering part, which is amazing, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh." And I could tell because he got really quiet, and I was like, "I think him and Danny are talking, and this is good." You know, like, "Yes."
Yeah,
I go, "Don't wear it out. Don't wear it out. Don't get too happy about it. Let it flow." "Okay,
yeah,
okay." And he'd be like, "Okay, I'm not answering every single message." And I'm like, "Just let it flow. Don't get overly anxious." And that's what happens is we're like, "Oh my god, they're messaging me." And then we get like all wrapped up in our feelings and that gets that tension built up, you know?
mhm.
If we're not getting the answer. And that's one thing about Leos that I can say is my Leo taught me to do things without expectations. If I wanna do something nice, just don't expect the other person to respond how you would respond because they're a separate person.
Mhm.
And I was like, "Oh, I get it." So just do things out of love because you actually care about somebody, not because you're expecting something in return from them.
Yeah, because if you have expectations, you're always gonna be disappointed in the
Yep,
end.
yep,
You set
exactly.
that person up for failure in
I
reality.
yes, you nailed it. I was taught that by a Leo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we do our own thing and we're like, "Why you keep setting me up for failure? Like, how am I supposed to know that in your head you did that because you wanted this out of me?" You know?
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
So once you make it through for those of you that are still listening, once you make it through that honeymoon stage, The early on I love yous, that's a red flag. The quick involvement or the quick to make a connection or commitment, that's a red flag. But if you do make it through that part, say you do commit, you could have a very still happy, lucky relationship, but keep your eye out for things where the tension's building and you're not being able to work through those types of problems without the name calling and the minor physical abuse. Remember I said it started with just hair pulling, and then it went to pushing, then it went to slamming me through walls, to the strangling. It will gradually, every time they get away with it, then the next time gets a little worse because they're like, oh, well, she's still here. She dealt with it the first time. She's going to continue dealing with it. She'll continue tolerating this. And until one day you're not able to get up, you won't be able to get up off that floor because they have killed you. Just keep
Yeah.
that in mind. And I know that was really deep, but it's always there. That thought, it only takes you getting hit in the head in the wrong place once.
Mhm.
If you were to hit your temple on a rock, it'll kill you.
Or they choke you and they don't let go fast enough or
Yep.
whatever. Mhm.
Yep. I don't know the exact timing that they could cut off your oxygen and the blood flow to your brain because both get cut when you're being choked. The blood flow through your main arteries in your neck and the oxygen through your throat all gets cut at the same time. And I'm not sure how many seconds they have to hold you like that before you're like kaput. So I don't know the exact number. I don't know if it's a minute or 30 seconds. I don't know. I just know that it can happen because I know, what is it, in wrestling, they do the headlock thing and then people
Mhm.
get knocked out from just lack of blood.
Yeah, that's why they learn when they're supposed to tap. That way
Yeah.
before that happens to them.
Yeah, I think it's when they start getting a little dizzy.
Mhm.
So we're moving on into that tension building stage. The tension builds, the arguments, the emotional, the physical abuse, the criticism, the name calling, the threats, the intimidation. They may be minor physical abuse. And then the victim becomes fearful. And then from that stage, you go into the battering stage. And this is where the more physical abuse, like this extreme, or the rape, or the you know knocking someone unconscious, or using weapons to hurt somebody. This is the real, where there's causing wounds, or like serious, I don't even know how to explain it, like the extreme verbal battering, like where they're like just abusing you to where you're like cowered down in the corner and you just can't, you're just bawling.
Or the
That's still extreme.
gaslighting where not only do they deny your reality, but then they tell you that you're crazy for
Yep,
questioning them. Even though you know what
exactly.
you experienced and you start, yeah, if you ever feel confused or like you just like you're going crazy, that's probably a really bad sign that you're with
Exactly.
someone who's completely manipulating even your own reality and your own memory.
Yes, I agree. From that stage, all of a sudden, the abuser goes through this stage of, oh my gosh, what have I done? That some of them don't have remorse. Some of them are only doing the honeymoon stage again, which is the love bombing, so you don't leave.
Yeah, exactly,
Because if
because
you leave,
that's what
they
it
don't have.
is. Yeah, they fear that they're going to lose you. They don't feel sad for what they did to you.
Correct. And you're their medicine. You're the one, not their medicine, but you're their, what's the word I'm looking for? Like their energy.
Their
You're feeding
supply.
them their supply. That's the word.
Yep,
You are
their
their
food.
supply.
Yeah.
And if you leave, they don't have that supply anymore. They don't have someone they can yell at. They don't have someone they can lash out on. They don't have someone they could physically hurt. So they don't want you to leave. So they go back into the whole love bombing honeymoon stage, and that cycle, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, and God forbid they be alone and look in the mirror for a day, you know? Can't
You
do
know,
that.
mm-mm, no. But that is, I posted that. So for those of you that, aren't sure what that means, or the cycle, or maybe it'll help trigger something. You'll be like, "Oh, I get it. Oh, maybe I'm going through that." It'll just helps us take a second look at it. It's like calling someone out for harassing or threatening women while at the same time you are harassing and threatening women. That is how anyone is going to respect you or anything you say. Exactly. I get that. I can agree. You can't you can't do the same wrong. If you're complaining about a wrong, that would be like uh that would be like me saying, "Arky, you shouldn't be doing this," and then me turning around and doing the same damn thing.
You should never tell someone you should. I heard that before and I was like, "Right?" I mean,
You should just do this.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. That's so weird. Every time, like, I open the screen back up wide, like, my whole little chat disappears and kind of sucky.
Really?
Yeah. Well, Restream is a little different
To me, it
than
looks just like StreamYard pretty much except different colors, and the screen where we can see us is way bigger.
oh, and it has so many more options. It's a little bit more expensive for anything above standard. But it's just I don't get the lag. I don't get kicked off. I don't have the issues I have with StreamYard.
Yeah, my StreamYard lately, every time that I start it up, my camera freezes. Not when I
That's
go on other
exactly
people's
what happened to
channels,
me.
but when I do my own show and I'm like, "Okay, let me leave my own show for 5 seconds like a loser and come back." You know what I mean? Even though I'm totally prepared when I start. And
Mhm.
then I'm just like, "Why is it doing this? Why?"
Yep. I was going through the same thing, and I was just like, "What the heck is going on?" Like, this is so weird to me. Like matter of fact, it was happening. I was on, gray pills, yesterday, and it was like my camera would, like, disconnect, connect, disconnect, connect, so it looked like I was playing with the button, but I was just sitting there, and I was like, "Let me just try rebooting my whole computer because I can't seem to keep my camera on." And then
Mhm.
it was just yeah, I have had nothing but problems with StreamYard for probably the since I was doing bingo. And I was like, "Well, I got a whole different computer, so I know it's not that." And I
Yeah,
think it just really sucks up a lot of resources comparatively speaking to, Restream. I like it. It's a lot different, so I have to completely readjust to it, and instead of re-upping my StreamYard, I decided to go ahead and just get the purchased version of this instead, and I really do like it. I do. I just have to download all my intro videos and stuff like that, which I haven't got around to. Um, but there's little I don't know if you can see what I see on this side,
no, I
but,
think it looks totally different to me probably.
uh but it looks like it has, like, all kinds of, like, cool music that you can that's already in it and all kinds of cool little videos, and it's just really a cool
Oh,
program. It's really yeah, and I actually gamed on it once just to see if there was lag, and it was spectacular. Like, there was not a hiccup compared to me trying to use StreamYard. When I would try
that's
to game
cool.
doing stream yeah. Not that I have time to game anymore, because the days that I do feel decent, then I try to get on here, like, to do a show, and then yeah, I can't wait
What about,
till
like,
I feel
earlier
better.
it said that somebody had scanned the QR code in the corner or whatever? I don't know if it showed the whole everybody that in the audience, but I could see it on this side.
I could see it too. I saw that too. I don't know
That's
what it
cool.
means, but, um, yeah, I don't know exactly what that means because it would just go straight to, PayPal.
Oh, maybe somebody donated to you.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, my phone was buzzing, but the puppy dog was laying on it. Um, I'd have to check.
I'm like, "That's cool though if it does do that," because I know sometimes when I'm streaming and then, like, somebody will donate to my PayPal or Cash App, but I don't know until after the stream, and then I feel like a total asshole that I didn't say thank you, you know?
Thank you, Jordan Scotty, for donating. Sorry if I doxed you. I didn't mean to. For $19.40. Thank you
Oh,
very, very
cool.
much. So, yes, someone did. Thank
So
you.
it does alert. That's yeah, that's what I was wondering if that was an alert. That's really cool because yeah, like I said, sometimes I feel like such an asshole because I'm like, oops, I didn't see that until I was already done, and then now they're, you know what I mean? I don't want them to think that I'm ungrateful or like, don't care because I do very much appreciate it.
Yes, exactly. I don't know why my little chat box isn't loading. I can't see our chat. I don't know what our chat's saying. I'm gonna have to open it up on a device. So that's a little different. I don't know why it's so laggy. I'm sure you could probably see chat. Can you
Yeah,
see the chat box?
yeah, it's right on the right side, like how StreamYard is.
And you
The
can.
only and the only difference is that it comes up, like, instead of from, like, the new comments coming in at the bottom, they come in at the top.
Oh, Great Pill's in here. Hi, Great Pill. I was just talking about you. I was just telling her that like my camera wouldn't like stay on every time I've been trying to use StreamYard. Like it was messing with my emotions yesterday. And then Arky says, fun fact, whether someone agrees or not, or intended on doing something or not, once you are demanded or told that what to do, females intentionally not to do it because it ain't gonna tell them what to do. I'm like, wait, what?
That's true. If somebody tells me, like, "Don't do this or do that," like, I'll be like, no, you're not gonna tell me." And then she's right. Like, you'll like, intentionally defy the command.
I'll see if it'll pop up on the side. It's like mine's stuck in like I got like the little circle of death or something on my screen. So
Oh, no.
okay, maybe now I'll close it and see if it'll repopulate. Maybe I'll just let it sit for a minute. Anyways, because I like sharing the comments.
Yeah, and then if someone deletes them or something, at least you could still see it later.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to, whoever was in chat, Miss Janice. It wasn't that I didn't see her messages. I just didn't want to address those messages, because then I would have to like try to find them somewhere in the middle of the video and then try to edit it. And I would like to
Yeah.
refrain from having to edit videos. I'm trying to, try to keep it, as professional as possible. I'm trying.
Oh, I should work on my cuss words then. Okay, sorry.
I didn't hear you. I didn't really hear you say anything that was like overly bad. No, I don't remember
I know,
anything.
because they just flow out of my mouth like they're supposed to be there in the sentence, you know?
Yeah, they must because I didn't really notice anything that would. Well, because typically if I hear it, it'll trigger me. I'll be like, dang it, but I didn't hear
Yeah.
anything that was triggering. So, I mean,
I'm
I
sure
didn't.
I don't know what I might have said, but I'm sure I did. I'll just be conscious of that. I'll make sure when I'm over here
Well,
on
I
the
mean,
panel.
you know what? It couldn't be any worse than me using the R word, the SA
Yeah.
word, but you can use those words. So, um, YouTube will censor your videos in certain things. So you can, when you are explaining a topic, you can explain it in explicit details using those words, as long as you're not using them in a derogatory manner. Because
Yeah, and you
I
also well, they won't monetize you or you'll get limited monetization, but yeah, you can use them without violating the community guidelines.
sometimes they will, sometimes it'll trigger them, but I have one of my videos that I did that um Get to Know was on with me, and I played him a video that I did back from when I was in law school, and it was about the 3 strike rule, and it was very explicit. but I was reading it verbatim right out of, um, because I had wrote the report on it, and basically I was reading my speech, um, but it was very explicit, like right out of the law book. So it's still green. It didn't
Oh,
even
really?
get, yeah. But I
Oh,
think it's when you're explaining it in a story like mode, like that's teaching, they look at it differently.
oh yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. It's not like, "Oh,
That
I'm
was
gonna go
so
over there,
funny.
wait, I'm gonna," yeah.
Wow. That's so funny though, because I thought it was actually Wes.
Uh-huh.
Arkansas said that person in chat was LC, and I thought that it was actually Wes.
No, because they would be blue.
No, but I thought it was like a different, like an alt account, and that he
Oh,
was just trying to cause a disturbance. Well, it shows how much I
yeah.
know about people's alts. I wish people would just use their damn name and say who it is and just
I
be
don't
them. No,
I just don't think, I don't think Wes would do anything for my channel to get, um, into any type of trouble. He wouldn't want to cause harm
I don't
to
know. I
me.
sent you a message on Facebook with my
Oh, okay.
opinion, but you could read it later.
So do you have any questions as far as, any other types of advice? Because we did go over the one topic of, when is it enough is enough,
Um,
as far as to what extreme. So we did that one. And
well,
chat,
just
if you guys have
when
any questions, she might have to read them because I can't see them I can't see the damn chat box.
I would say what about how would I put this? Like, how would somebody know what kind of like where they can go for help if they've never experienced something like that? You
Where
know,
can
because
they go
like
for
you were
help?
saying, there's times where you might even get that restraining order and then the cops don't do anything. And it's like, where can you go that it's always for sure you're gonna get somebody to help you with something?
So, most towns, if they are large enough, I'm not talking about the towns that only have 2,000 people in them. So, for those of you that live in a very small town that only has like 2,000 people, I am so sorry. Please call me or email me because you're not going to have the resources that larger towns have. Um, most towns have like a domestic violence coalition that you can reach out to that can help you with resources as far as finding temporary housing, or having them, on an ex parte motion removed from your home. An ex parte motion sometimes you can get within 24 to 48 hours. That is a motion for a petition for a, uh, protective order that, sits interim until that person is served and able to appear in court. And that would basically take that person and remove them from your living environment per law. Okay. I'm going to say per law because that's not truly going to stop them if they really want in. So keep that in mind. It is a piece of paper. Um, there is in my opinion, and a lot of people are not going to like this, is I would agree to go to a battered women's shelter. Take the things that are important to you, or if you can get them arrested, okay? Get as much help. Talk to your local churches, everything. Get as much help as you can to get what you think is important into a storage unit. Take your
Yeah,
body, your children, what you need to a battered women's shelter and not look back. Because if you don't leave that environment, you're setting yourself up for that person to come back. Because
yeah,
if they are determined, they will come back. I went through it, I know. Um, there's no law enforcement. He would sneak in the back door. And I mean, I would have a weapon in my face saying, if I find out you called on me, when I get out, it's going to start all over again. and he would cardboard up the windows because the little front door had a stupid little window in it that they could see through. He'd put cardboard on the windows in front of the curtains so they couldn't see his little figure walking by the front door, front bay window. He would make sure that they couldn't see him, and he would hide in there. And so
Wow.
I went through that. So I know if they want in, they will get in. So you yourself have to remove yourself from that situation, from that environment, and then counseling. Not just for you, but if you have little ones, they have kitty counseling, that helps them understand that the situation that they were in, it wasn't good, but we're
And
going
it's
to
not
try
their
to make it
fault.
better. And it's not their fault. Exactly. Because a lot of kids, they will look at it and be like, oh, well, I'm part of mommy and I'm part of daddy. So, you know, even if they're not blood related, they're still going to be like, did I do this? And they're going to blame themselves.
I
And
think that's
moms,
what makes me the most sad is when I see people and they're in a situation and they have little kids that can see it because I was that little kid. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, you have to get away and you have to get help for your child because otherwise they're going to grow up and they're not going to know what a healthy relationship is and they're not going to know how to even love themselves to be able to receive it if it slaps them in the face. Like, no pun intended with that one because that was a bad figure of speech in this situation, but you know what I'm saying? They might have somebody totally amazing and they're going to reject them because they don't feel comfortable with it because they don't you don't realize when you're a kid that what you're witnessing is not normal, you know?
correct.
And you need to
And
be taught that.
exactly. And you don't want them to think that it's normal. You want them to understand that that is not normal behavior.
Exactly.
And then surround them with, those that do love and care them, and they get to learn what proper behavior is. Like
Yeah.
how they're supposed to be being treated and things like that. So, I would never suggest staying in that environment or going back to that environment and just having the other person leave unless you're like you don't have a choice. If you could have a family member move in that will help, support you going through it, you need backbone. And a lot of times when we're in those types of situations, we don't have that backbone anymore. It becomes jelly. And you've been beat down so much mentally that you just can't. You just can't. I can't even explain it. All I can say is it feels impossible. It feels impossible to conquer. You know what it feels like just dealing with the stuff from uh D. So, I mean, if you could imagine that compounded on top of physical violence, you get to
Yeah.
where you're like, I just can't win. I just can't eat. I couldn't take this to court. I mean, it just didn't work. Like you start feeling like you're being defeated. So when you have family that you can get around you that can help be supportive of you, what I thought in my instance, I thought that one of my family members that I thought she was being supportive of me. What I didn't realize is that he would call her and she'd be like, "Oh yeah, she's doing really good, she's been doing this and this and da 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 da." Da," and he's like, "Oh, that's great." And then he would show up,
Oh,
you
wow.
know. And so and she would impede the progress that I was making, mentally and emotionally, that healing part, and then it would start me back at square one.
Well, that might
So
be an important thing to note too is that you can't be embarrassed to tell the people that do care about you what's going on. Because sometimes I also think that people might be ashamed of what they've gone through or the fact that they feel the guilt of the situation that they allowed that to happen, so they're not really describing the severity to the people that can help protect them if a situation like that happens. So then let's say when he calls and says something and like the family member needs to know to hang up the phone and not engage, you
correct.
know?
And block them at all costs. Do you know?
Yeah.
So I don't you probably haven't heard of it before. Do you know what a ticker is? Like, it's like this countdown thing that you can set up to be like, "Oh, okay, we're going on a family vacation." So you set up like this little ticker that you used to be able to get them on your phones. I don't know if they still make them. I haven't needed one in a long time.
Okay, yeah,
But it's like
I
a
know what you
little
mean. Yeah.
so I had this little ticker, and I had it on my phone, and it didn't count down. It was counting up. And it was counting up every day that I was able to not answer a phone call or not answer a text message or an email or have contact. It was my no contact ticker. And it was amazing. And I was so excited when I had made the 60-day mark.
Yeah, a lot of people use those when they're in, like, drug addict recovery or alcoholic, like AA or NA or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that way they know how many days that they have sober. So then that's why when they go to the meetings, they'll be like, "I'm so and so, I'm an alcoholic. I have, 32 days clean," or whatever.
Oh,
They'll
that's
use those
awesome.
little, yeah.
So that's what I used, and that was like, "Oh my gosh, I made it another day." It was as, like, good as quitting smoking kinda thing, like, "Oh my gosh, I made it this many days." Eh, but it was edifying to me, and that's what I needed because I wasn't really getting the emotional support physically by anybody else, so I had to find something that was tangible type of I could see it and see the accomplishment in it and know that I'm one step closer to progress. So that is another good mechanism if you don't have family that can support you. Get a hold of other local groups that have domestic violence
Yeah,
counseling,
there are
therapy,
support groups too.
even on Facebook.
When I was going through DCFS and stuff, I had to do like parenting, anger management, but then they also told me to do a domestic violence support group, and I didn't know that something like that existed. And when I went to the group, I actually realized like they taught us, the power, the wheel of power and control, and the cycles of abuse and things like that. And I realized that a lot of stuff that like my son's dad was doing to me was abusive, even though it was never physical abuse. Like he would do little things like smack my ass in public. And I told him, like, I don't like when you do that. It's humiliating, but he would do it intentionally. And then he'd be like, oh, it's just a love tap and like laugh it off. And I didn't realize that that was actually abusive, you know?
Right. Especially if
And
it's unwarranted.
it was
Any
crossing a
unwarranted behavior.
boundary. Even if he's doing it out of quote unquote love or to be cute, I don't think it's cute. So if you're doing that anyways, knowing that I don't like it and then you're laughing about it, that's a form of humiliation. And I didn't realize
Yes.
that that was abusive. So I actually learned a lot from that group, like just discussing different people's stories and stuff like that, and realizing that like the things I was experiencing were valid, even if they didn't seem as bad as what other people experienced.
Correct. And I've had officers laugh. I've seen officers laugh when you say, I was raped. They're like, how can you be raped by your significant other? If it's unwarranted, it's unwarranted. If you did not
If
say
you don't wanna do
okay,
it that time, then yeah,
yes,
that's not okay.
exactly. And a lot of people don't understand that. They think because that is your partner, you have to submit your body to that partner. That is not true. And I'm not a feminist. Okay? So let's just get that straight right now. I am not. I am a submissive female. I am not a feminist. I'm not saying women can't work, but I'm not a burn your bra kind of girl either. I have had to be a burn your bra kind of girl because I had to provide for my family. And I was the only one that was level-headed. I would love to wear an apron and a skirt all the time.
Me too.
I just don't see it feasible at this given moment for me to be able to sit in my femininity. And I get irrational shit for it. I really do. Because they're like, "Oh, she's effeminate," or "She's not. Oh, she's a what is it? A red pill, whatever they call it." And I'm not. But I do believe in traditional type 2.5 kids and a dog and happy family, and I know that it's out there. Um and I believe in true happiness. And I want the man to feel like he's the man of the house. I want to be able to go to dinner and he knows me well enough that he can be like, or he could even ask me, "Hey, baby, what do you want for dinner? I want this." And he orders for the couple. I love that chivalry. I love it. But I'm
Mhm.
weird. I may be just weird, but I mean, I was raised in a very traditional, old-fashioned family by elders. I wasn't raised by my mom in her era. I was raised by her mom in her era. So it was back from the 40s and the 50s, not from, the 60s and the 70s. Um, and those traditions kind of stuck with me. So I do enjoy that. And I know that that is still out there. It's just not as easy because people can be very so judgmental. Matter of fact, the one that used to abuse me would say, "Oh, you live in a pipe dream. Men don't treat women that way." I go, "Well, they don't treat them with abuse either, dear." you
Yeah.
know,
No shit.
because he would
Chris
think
will
that
be
they had
like,
to be dominated.
if I go to open the door for myself." Like, he's just not like that.
Oh, I saw this TikTok. Oh, I'm gonna have to find it and post it, you guys. I found this TikTok, and the girl was like pretending the chair was stuck to the floor. And she was like, "Ah, honey, I don't it's heavy or something. I just can't move it." And so he walked around and he was like, he picks it up and he moves it out. And then she looks at him. She's like, "Thank you."
That's
It was her,
funny.
it was her indirect way of reminding him that he should pull out her chair for her.
Yeah.
Take her coat off, hang it, pull out her chair. There you go.
I had never really been with somebody like that before because I'm very, like, pragmatic when it comes to me just, like, doing shit for my or doing stuff for myself. And so, like, it's taken me a minute to get used to waiting the extra second to, like, allow him to get close enough to open the door and stuff like that. But that doesn't like, there are guys out there like that, you know? And I'm just about sick of people, talking about him like that's a problem, that he treats me that way because it's not. Just because, other men who say that would never even think of being a man and doing things like that for their woman doesn't mean that my man is any less of a man because he treats me that way, you know?
And I totally get it. Like, my well, she's passed away now, but my past best friend, I would be I won't say envious because envy is a sin, but I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, this woman is a saucy little Gemini, sarcastic." She did have a drinking problem. And she was abusive. She got that from her mom, and she was abusive to her significant other. And that's where the woman is abusive to the masculine. And he would still make sure that the gas tank was full. She never had to pump gas a day in her life, as long as she lived. Never pumped gas. Um, he would always make sure everything was done. So all she had to do was get in and drive. That was it.
Well,
If she chose to drive. And a lot of times she would be like, she preferred to being driving Miss Daisy. She preferred to be ushered around.
yeah.
It was so cute. I was just like, God, I'm just way too independent to be. I don't even like nobody else's driving. I'm like, no, if we're on a curvy road, no, I'm driving. I
Yeah,
don't
I
trust
like
you
driving
driving.
too. But there's also a point though that, women do have to be weary of that, unfortunately, because there's times when the man will intentionally, make it seem like he just wants to do everything for her, but in reality, he's actually trying to keep her from knowing how so that she can't leave. So
Yeah,
that's like kind of a little bit another red flag. Like they should be open to you doing it if you want to, that way you're not stuck, but at the same time, if they do wanna do the nice things for you, that's okay also if they wanna take care of you. But just make sure that it's not like a forced thing and that it's a choice.
right, right. Don't let them take away your ability to learn certain
Exactly.
things. And you're right. Some guys they will do that. Like there's like older generations, like where the wives never learned how to drive
Mhm.
because they were ushered around. They didn't even get a driver's license, you know? Um, and then when they separated, all of a sudden they were like, "Oh no, like, what do we do? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to go to work and support myself. I've been under his wing their whole relationship. So we do
Mhm.
have to have some independence to us, you know, just make sure it's on a mutual agreement type thing that, that's what you want and, you know,
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
most definitely. Arkansas says, "Yes, that S stuff pisses me off because he treats you well and loves you freaking haters."
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, and don't let people dig on you either about your relationship because when you start getting and I'm gonna say this and it could be like, counter, but try not to involve others in your relationship because you don't know what type of personality that other person is. Not everyone is trustworthy. When you talk
Yeah, not
about your
everyone has
person,
your best interest in mind.
exactly. Um, and I think I probably said that a few hundred times to Gemini. I go, you right. I go, you better tell Danny someday. I go because if it was somebody else, it could have been in a completely different situation. But he knew that I loved you dearly. And I was like, you have to understand, I hear her side of it. So I know what she's wanting. You just have to listen.
Yeah, he would
You
be
know?
like she would tell me all the time that I just need to, like, get my stuff together and just give you space and do what you asked and not overreact and not try to, like,
Yep.
get so anxious and respond right away and not talk to you or text you when I'm in my feelings and, and I'm like, "Well, that was good advice." Like,
Yeah. But not everyone is like that. So we as all of us have to
most
be
people
careful
would have
about who
probably
we're
told him that he needs to move on and, like, leave me alone and just get over it because I'm a, B word and a C word and everything else, I'm sure.
well, what I said was, um, how did I say it? I said, "You have to act like she's not coming back, not to lose hope, because if she does come back, then you can appreciate it. But
Yeah.
you mentally have to move past that sitting and dwelling part." That's how I said it. You can't sit and dwell about it. You have to kind of, like, let it go, and when she comes back, then you can appreciate it.
Mhm.
But don't sit and dwell on it because it's like watching grass grow, and then you become anxious.
And you
And
become
then that
angry too like that
yes, yes.
and resentful.
Um, Another good one is if you do have, abuse going on in your relationship and you run to your family and you're like, "This is what's going on," and then you run right back to the abuser, make sure that you explain to the family why. So then they understand where you are mentally because a lot of times they don't get it. They're like, "Well, if it was that bad, she wouldn't go back." But they're not living
Yeah.
in your shoes. So that was another trigger point was, I'll never forget it hearing an officer saying, "Well, you keep letting him come back." And I go, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. I've never chased him down. He would force
Yeah,
his
that's
way
what I'm
back."
people are so insensitive because they'll be like, and you do have to take a certain amount of responsibility for whatever your involvement is and engaging with it, but people are not, a lot of people are not so, like, easy to, explain to the circumstances that this is why, like, you're more afraid to leave than you are to stay, which, that's a really sad situation for somebody to be in, and somebody who's never been in that situation, they just don't get it.
Exactly. And they don't. A lot of times, even a lot of law enforcement that's never really been around it or, um, isn't seasoned in that department, they're very insensitive. Like, they just don't get it. They don't understand it.
Yeah, they're like, "Why don't you just leave?" "Oh, with nothing?" I mean,
Yeah.
like, you gotta create a plan and, you gotta have somewhere to go, somewhere that you trust. Like, what happens if you have tried to leave and then, maybe you go to a family member's house or something and they're blaming you for it or, like, people just don't know the details. They just don't, and they
You
shouldn't
know,
judge over it.
Exactly. You know, what was that case? The case that, oh my gosh, which one? It was the woman that put her husband in, or was it a boyfriend, in the suitcase.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but
Susan?
I didn't
Is her
follow
name
that case, so I'm
Susan?
not sure.
I think her name was Susan. Um, I'm sure someone in chat Arky probably knows. And even her own children was like, um, this is how mom was. This is how dad was. Because you have to remember, everybody has their own perspective. You could have 5 people living in a house, and each one of them could have a completely different perspective on how that house is ran.
Yeah.
And it's, again, it goes back to your whole, thought process on how, remember, I was like, yeah, we kind of run around in autopilot. We don't even realize half the time exactly what our mannerisms are. I really didn't realize I talked in a lot of baby talk until I believe it was Kaylee that pointed it out. Because I'll get happy about something and I'd be like, make silly sounds. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I spoke that often in baby talk still, but I just think it's cute. Um, but anyways, I digress. So, uh, yeah, I totally lost where I was at with
Well, yeah,
that.
even me and my sister will explain the dynamic of our parents completely different because we saw it 2 whole different ways, you know?
Exactly. Like she saw it from her more adult perspective because she was older, and you saw it from your innocent baby eyes, you
Well,
know?
yeah, because my sister will tell you that both the parents were crazy and they were both just as bad as the other, and I'm like, "No." If I take into account my mom's entire history since she was a child and the fact that she was abused by her parents and then abused by my dad, like, no wonder she's fucking crazy. Oh, sorry. I'm all there. See, there I go with the cuss words again, but my bad. But I'm just like, no wonder she's crazy, like having to deal with this her whole entire life. Like, what do you expect from someone like that? So I have a lot more forgiveness and compassion for my mom than my sister does. She holds them equally accountable and responsible, whereas I view it more like my dad could have been not so aggressive. Even if they were fighting, he should have left then, you know?
Right. And Arky, I can see your message, but I'm not sure because I haven't even seen that gentleman in the chat, so I don't know exactly what they're talking about. So I don't know.
Well, even friendships can be, abusive or manipulative or controlling in ways,
Right. And they
you know,
can't.
and or on obviously social media platforms or where people they think that they have a right to tell you what to do.
And nobody does. They really don't. They can attempt to look out for your best interest. But we have to be leery because they're only seeing that interest from their set of eyes again. Like, oh, I don't want to get into it, but we've all been there. We've all seen things from a different perspective. A lot of people didn't agree with me on, you know, how I saw certain situations. And I could see the soft side of someone, and then I could see that competitive side. And to other people, it didn't make sense. And in the long run, we all got to see the bigger picture. And I get that, you know, but people aren't going to understand it until they have either physically seen it or they're going through it, because it's hard to relate to something that we haven't been through. It's like a woman that's never given childbirth trying to explain to a woman that's giving childbirth what it feels like, to another woman that hasn't given childbirth what it feels like, because they've never been through it. They can't exactly elaborate on it because they don't know what it physically feels like. They know what they've heard.
Yeah, or even trying to explain the love for your child to somebody who doesn't have kids. Like, how do you would
Exactly.
never know. I would never know until I had my son, and then I was like, "Oh, wow." Like, this is different.
Exactly. And shh, I don't know if you had pain medication, but I did not, and it
I had a
was
C-section.
excruciating. Oh, you did?
Yeah, thank God.
I tell you what, I volunteered for on my 3rd for a C-section. I opted
I
for
was
it.
like, all I could think my whole pregnancy was like, I have to figure out a way to get out of the watermelon coming out of a lemon part of this.
Exact
But I
It
didn't
ain't
wanna
even a
have a
lemon, it's more like
C-section.
a grape.
No, but I didn't wanna have a C-section though, and when they told me I had to have one, I was like, "No, this is not my birth plan, like, I'm supposed to get my toenails done tomorrow. Like, I have a hole in my sock, I cannot give birth right now, and I'm definitely not having a C-section," and they're like, "Oh, honey, he's coming whether you have this or not, so, you know, if you don't want his cord around his neck when he comes out, we're gonna have to remove him this way." And I'm just like, but now that it's over, like, I'm so glad that I was like, dude, I got what I wanted. I escaped the birthing process, you know?
Exactly. After
But
I
yeah.
had delivered naturally on Pitocin, no medication, and a C-section, I'd do a C-section any day.
Yeah, plus you get to stay in the hospital for 5 days. They bring you 3
Uh-huh.
meals a day. Like, I mean, I thought it
You
was
could
great.
you could take naps, you could be like, "Hey, can you take him to the nursery? I just need a couple hours, extra hours of sleep." Yeah. All I could think of after I delivered my first one was a steak dinner, and I was literally up running around like 2 hours later. The whole birthing part of it was miserable for 26 hours because I was in labor for 26
Oh
hard
my
hours
god.
of labor, and I thought I was gonna die. I passed out from pain, kinda like, when, when this heart thing started and I wasn't getting enough blood flow to my lungs and my colon. It was that excruciating. It was the same type of pain. It was like doubled over. It feels like you're giving birth kind of pain. Literally, like I passed out. And I did that during labor of my first. Insane pain. And I woke up and he was crowning and I was pushing. And she's like, "You can't push. You're not ready." I'm like, "It's coming. I don't know what to tell you." And it was so excruciating. Like I was trying to climb off the gurney backwards. I almost fell off the backside of it because I was
Oh
trying
my
to like
god.
escape it. So after I had my first C-section, I put one of those, those like Gold's Gym like harness things, those like preonine harness, Velcro harness things that like hold you in. It's like a girdle for when you're lifting weights. So I put one of those on around where my C-section was, and it was just like a little bit of medication. In a week, I was good. It was the only difference, except for I didn't have to go through that elongated, excruciating pain because you were numbed up. So that part was a breeze. And so when I had my third, I was like, nope, I just want a C-section. No VBAC.
Yeah.
Nope, nope. I don't want no VBAC. Nope. I don't want exactly. I don't want my stuff coming out looking like roast beef. No, I want to
Right?
keep everything exactly where it's at.
You don't want Harlow to be able to tell you how you have a roast beef. Like,
Oh my God. That
that
was
was
like,
so funny. I was like, "It's not even like that, bro. Like, how would you even know? Like, just shut up."
oh my gosh. So, okay, I got a funny. I have something funny to lighten the mood. So, my oldest has a couple of children. And he goes, "Okay, mom, I thought it'd be really cool, watch the birth, the head coming out and everything." And he was like, "Oh, no, no, no. I ain't gonna be up in there for a long time. It's gonna be like a couple of years before that thing goes back to the way it was." That was horrible. He goes, "Mom, I don't ever want to see that again. That was the most nastiest thing I've ever seen in my life." He went and got snipped shortly after that.
You know what's funny? So my sister, both her kids have the same dad, even though they broke up while she was pregnant with my younger niece or whatever. But yeah, they both have the same dad or whatever. And he didn't see her first daughter being born, but he watched the second one, even though they were already broken up. He was there for the birth and everything. And he was like, wow, if that doesn't make a man feel inadequate, I don't know what could. Like,
I'm
he's like,
like,
how
"Does
am I
that
ever
go
gonna fit
back?"
in something like that again? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Do you know how big 12 centimeters is? They say you dilate to 10, but heads are normally about 12. If you remember when they got measured,
Yeah.
remember the circumference of their head is bigger than 10. They're about
Yeah.
12. So they
I don't know,
lie.
you know, when I was in labor with Damien, I didn't even know that I was in labor. But I went to my doctor's appointment that day and I had an appointment and they went to check for the heartbeat and the doctor couldn't find it. And I was like, "Oh my god." And I told him that I kept having like for the past couple of weeks he would like ball up in my stomach and it would hurt really bad. And then he would relax and it would be fine or whatever, but that's because the cord was wrapped around his neck. So they
Oh
sent
my
me to
gosh.
the women and infants pavilion where the women give birth at, and they have all the machines and everything, and they gave me an ultrasound and said, yeah, his cord is around his neck. Well, they checked me for dilation and I was already dilated to 4, and they're like, "You're in labor." Like, they had me hooked up to some machine and they're like, "You just had a contraction." And I'm like, "I don't know, my back hurts." But my back had been killing me. He was on my sciatic nerve for like 2 months.
Oh my gosh.
So, I didn't
You
even know
you
that I
must
was
have a
having
tilted
contractions.
you must have a tilted uterus if he was in
I
your
don't
back.
know. All I know is that my back was in severe pain, like, every single day for months. So, I didn't realize when I was having back pain that it was actually contractions. And yeah, so they were like, "We have to do emergency C-section today." And I was just like, "Oh my god, I don't wanna do this right now." And then I'm looking at my mom, like, as they're about to start, like, cutting me open and everything, and I'm like, "I hate you for this. I can't believe you made me do this, and you talked me into
Ah!
keeping him. I don't wanna have a baby right now. I don't wanna be a mom." Like, I was so angry, and then as soon as, like, I held him the first time, I looked at him, I was like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you in there."
Oh, that is
But,
so sweet. It
yeah.
is so sweet because you fall in love, like, soon as they look at you with those, like, little deer eyes, you're just like, "Okay, I'm in love."
You know what's
And you
weird? I've always felt like in a past life, he was my mom.
mm, I can't even say what I was gonna say 'cause I said the same thing. I
Really?
did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
said
I
the same
didn't know
thing
it
about
was
my
you in
daughter.
there, and I felt like I've already experienced a lifetime with this person. This was my mom before.
Especially if they act like that parent or like you. Okay, so listen to this. Off topic, but well, kinda on topic, but off topic. So, even though you're young, may not be raised by their, other parent, they will still have mannerisms as that parent because it's in
Oh,
their
yeah.
DNA, and, I will see it in my kids. I'm like, "Oh my gosh," and they all 3 act identical.
Oh, yeah.
Identical mannerisms, and my oldest is, 18 years older than my youngest, and so, um, I believe he was 17. No, he was 18. He was 18, so he was already leaving for the military literally right after I had her within I think she was only, like, 3 weeks old, month old, and so they weren't raised really with each other because he was in the military her whole life, and, I was like, "Oh my god, them 2 act identical." Like, if they grew up together, like, they're only, like, 2 years apart, they act identical. Like, the
Yeah,
same
dude,
facial expressions and
yeah,
same
my
little giddy
son, I
runs and
was just
stuff.
about to say, like, Damien will look at me sometimes, and I'm like, "Oh my god, you look like your dad. Go sit down." Like, I can't right now. You know what I mean? Like, he will just have the same exact eyes and the sit like, it's just like a look, like an energy that he projects out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, "How do you do that?" Like, you don't even like, it's like he won't even necessarily look like him, like, physically, but yeah, the expressions and stuff. I'm just like, "Oh, yeah, we know who your dad is for sure." You know? Like, not that I didn't know, but you know what I'm saying.
Night night, gray pill. Sorry, I can't see the chat, on my screen. I have to see it from my phone. And yes, I agree. Gray pill says also during, in the middle of the act, if they ask to stop, then it needs to stop, and not just before the act. If someone, this was talking about
Yeah.
sex. And then, I don't know, Arky's retracting messages, so I don't know if she's retracting them all or just the last few that she did because of what's going on in the background, I guess. I don't know. I'm not over there, but, um, I don't see Wes in chat, so I don't even know where he's at this point, So I don't know why it's. such a big thing right now. But at any rate, I greatly appreciate having you up here. You're such a great person to talk to, and you're so seasoned and experienced, and so diverse in so many areas. It's just it's amazing. It
Well,
really
I
is. And
just try to have understanding for people, even if I haven't gone through the same experiences. It's like you can still feel for somebody, you know?
Mhm. Yeah,
I
the
don't well, I
empathy.
don't know how people can't.
I don't know. I think some people are jaded from their feelings, honestly. Like,
It's
I
like
can't even see somebody
people
get
don't
hurt
have
on a bike
yeah,
or
people don't
a
have an imagination. Like, I understand the things that other people go through, like, in my imagination, and I can feel their feelings if I imagine what that would be like, and I think that people don't take the time to, like, exp like, do you ever do that? Like, somebody will tell you a story and you think of it, like, from the first person, like, if you're the one experiencing it? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Does that make sense? Like, that's how I'll look at stuff. Like when somebody's telling me a story of something that they went through, I try to imagine that I'm seeing everything from their eyes and I'm feeling it from like inside of them. And I don't know, that just helps me to understand things in a much deeper way, I think. And I think more people should do that.
Yeah, I think so too. I really do.
Arkansas, I don't think that other person was LC because that person and LC are typing at the same time in another person's chat right now. One of those alt accounts that person who was giving those demands had. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what she means. If that's
I
something
think
she's
it's
wanting me to say or that's something that was said, I don't know.
I think it I'll message you and tell you what I think happened actually because it doesn't make sense that it would have been Elsie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna email
Um,
him too.
yeah, because that person's not hasn't even been in my chat, so I don't know exactly what they're talking about. So it's been a long time. I'm not even on very often anymore. So, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get it. I finally got a decent microphone boom too that's not falling on me constantly. So it's sitting up on its own now, nice and proper. But I had to do some rearranging because I'm not able to be in my little studio that I have. I'm trying to, stay somewhat, calm, keeping my blood pressure and stuff down. Yeah, trying to be a good girl. So, but I love you muches. Thank you. When are you? Oh,
Love you too.
When's your next video coming out?
As soon as I record it, I have a whole list of things I need to say and stuff, but I'm just being lazy. Maybe I'll do that tonight.
I know. I think I'm gonna do one tonight on the history of T Tupac. I
Oh,
know
that
it's
would be
Tupac.
cool.
Yeah, because it
Tupac's
has been a
hologram for president
oh
2024.
I know. I'm a hardcore love for him.
Yeah.
Been that way for a long time, and it was heartbreaking for a lot of us. Um, like he passed. Oh, wait, I don't even know if you caught this. So, you know about him and, uh, Faith Evans, right?
No.
So, Faith Evans was oh, maybe I should stop the stream and start a new one. So, Faith Evans and, Biggie were in a relationship, and they kinda split up a little bit, but they were still married. And he was like, "Hey, come on over, do a jam with me." And she was like, "Okay." So she came over and he was like, "Well, you need to give me a BJ to get paid her 25,000 or whatever it was." And she was like, "No, then just keep the money." And then she got pregnant shortly after that by Biggie, and they accused up and down that it was Tupac's.
Oh, wow.
And they said that's what started that huge riff originally
I don't know about that.
in that crew. And I was like, "Wow." between that and Diddy, they call him Puff Daddy, and I've met Diddy personally, and he is a huge flirt. So, I mean, I can understand that mess about him, sleeping around and stuff because I have met him. And Pretty Boy Floyd was there. That's funny too because I don't like him either, and I've known him. So I'm just like, I kind of know a few of these people, and I'm just like, well, I get the whole G related stuff and this and that. Um, but Tupac attacked, um, uh, I think it was Keefe D. He jumped him first in the casino.
Yeah.
And that's when they were like, no, this isn't going to fly. And that's why they retaliated.
Hold
But
on
that
one
whole
second.
crew was already.
I have to use the little girl's room so bad. I'm like, I have to run away really quick. Hold on. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Okay, sweetie.
Sorry. I'm like, I've been doing the potty dance for so long. Okay, I'll be right back.
No, you're fine. And so that's kind of just like how what I've gathered from all the interviews that I've listened to over this time period. And I think I'm going to do a video on it with, a little slideshow and then post it. Kaylee is really good at doing videos and the audio video editing. I'm still learning. So you guys are just going to have to be patient with me. And then, of course, I will do my mystery movie book story. I'll try to get that recorded tonight too, between tonight and tomorrow, and then have it posted hopefully by tomorrow. So I'm still going to do that in between lives. So then you guys will have content at least every other day, even if it's not a live. And I'm glad that, Danny's going to be doing content like that too. I think that would be really good for her channel because then, we still get a watcher. And it's easier for us to stay on topic also if we do pre-recorded videos.
Yeah, I'm back. That's the whole point is that I'm sick of people coming in my stream talking about link, 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 link. And then if I don't allow them to, then the next thing you know, they're trash talking me, talking about how much my streams suck when they're not on it. And yeah, so we're just not going to have other people on my streams then.
Yeah, it was kind of how, what really got me was when the first time I went over to Gray Pill Podcasts. He has a lot of debates on his. And so they will find a stream and then they'll have like a discussion board over it. And I'm like, I like how it is so organized and neat. People aren't talking over each other typically. And they have like these really intellectual kind of conversations about a specific streamer or their content. And I'm like, oh, that's I like the way it's done. It's handled well. He typically doesn't have his own personal opinion. It's normally the other panel members that do. And thank you, Vic BC. I appreciate you. I truly do. And I'm trying. I have a big day coming up in a couple of weeks that I'm very excited about. Maybe I could swing by and say hi to Danny on my way through. That would be cool.
That would be cool.
I know. I've been thinking about it for this whole month. I'm like, I'll make sure I'll take that southern route just so I can swing by and say hi to Danny, either on the way out or on the way in. Either way. I was like, I would like, because I would be pretty close to Arky too. Swing by and say hi to her. But yeah, see, now I got all distracted again. Anyways. Yeah. I was trying to read chat. Hi, oh lady O. I like the idea of what I was saying while you were tinkling was I really, really like the idea of doing pre-recorded videos because then I could do those without distraction, and then I was telling B, I was telling him, I shit you not, before you said it, I was like, I think I'm going to do pre-records and then I'll just do a members only and just do my lives with members only. And it'll be like a gift kind of thing, like more important. Like they could interact with me while I'm telling a story or something.
Well, then you could feel comfortable putting the link out in the chat and stuff. And you know that people who are there for their own personal reasons won't pay for the membership. That's the whole
Right.
thing, because then like it was said, oh, I don't think that people should charge a membership fee for something that they're already getting for free. Yeah, well, if I did that, then I know that the people who aren't there for me and are only there for themselves won't pay for it. That's the only reason I would do it, and it wouldn't be expensive. It would just be so that people who actually want to watch my streams and interact with the topic that I am trying to bring to my channel, then they will be able to have a more peaceful time with me and vice versa, you know?
And you have a great setup. It's like really pretty, and it's like the ambiance that you have is really pretty, and I can see that going far. You know what I mean? Like you'll see some people that have like 70,000 followers and they're just sitting in their living room. And um
Well, I've also lost a lot of viewers because they don't like people who come up on my panel and they can't. I've had people message me and email me and tell me like, you know, when you do streams that they're not on, like, you know, I watch them on replay, but just in case, like, I can't be there during the live stream because it's triggering,
mhm.
you know? So if that's why
Yeah,
my numbers might seem low when they're not on it, it's because all the original people I had are not there because
right.
they don't want them people to come up. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't say any of this because it's my responsibility ultimately. So then when it finally got to a point that I'm like, if I'm not appreciated anyways, I'm going to take my power back and do what I want to do. And then the people who liked me originally, who just can't stand certain people, they could come back and then I could start going live again after people are comfortable, you know?
Right. I did too. I'm in the beginning, I when I started getting into the retaliation part, um and a lot of them was followers of other crews, and so they started kind of like dropping off. And then I did notice, and this is why I said like find like cute little clips in your videos, or like informational sections, like a cliffhanger. Like say you do one of your topics like on the officer, right? And then like do like a cliffhanger part of it, and then say if you want to see the whole video, you can add a little card or tag or whatever it's called for the whole video, click here. And then that'll take them to the whole video of that show. And I've noticed when I started doing the cute little shorts and then adding a
Oh,
video
that's a
to
good
it,
idea.
yep, I gained over 70 followers in a week doing it
Yeah, and
that way.
then, you know, if it's not live, you also don't gotta worry about people going live against you to try to sabotage your numbers and then making fun of you for it, you know what I mean?
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Or streaming your live content so that people have no reason to go and actually watch it later, and then making fun of you for it, you know?
Because we're naturally going to get in our emotions and want to defend ourselves.
It just
So,
makes me angry that, how dare you? You know what I mean?
yeah, I get it.
Like, I don't even care about that stuff, but, like, when somebody's trying to use it as a tool to make me feel bad about myself, I'm not going to stand for that and, like, allow that person to continue to use me. Like, screw you. If you don't appreciate what I've done for you, then you can get lost, and I'm done being nice, like, you know?
I agree. A matter of fact,
Boundaries. Boom.
I was just watching a streamer who only had, oh goodness, I think they only had like 5,000, probably not even that many followers. And there was 1,000 people in chat. And I mean, the chat was in slow mode. And then you had to be on a waiting list. Like you couldn't say something and then finish the paragraph and hit enter again
Yeah,
because you were stuck in slow mode. So like the
for, like,
paragraph
4
was broken
minutes
up.
or something.
Yeah. And so I was like, so and they were sticking to the topic. It wasn't drama and it was sticking to a topic. And I've noticed a lot of the streamers that have excelled, they have mainstream videos. It's not a bunch of convoluted mess. And then they have their live streams. So I was like, And what I was saying was I was like, I caught on to how Gray Pill's setup was, and I was like, "Man, I really dig that." And then, because we like true crime and stuff, a lot of true crime has to do with a lot of domestic violence, and I was like, "Well, why don't I follow just those cases that have to do with, you know, the husbands or the wives that are acting bonkers, because technically it is related. So I can elaborate on that specific story, not try to go figure the story out, but
Yeah.
to say because of this situation, this is how this escalated into what it is now. And
Yeah,
kind
and
of
you can
just tell the
actually use it as a way to help people, give them tools in case they find themselves in a similar situation before it escalates to that.
exactly. So that's what I'm trying to work towards. And so when you said that, I was like, man, I am so glad that she is doing this because and then if you really watch your tongue, um, like I got 2 emails for, what is it called? Sponsorship. And I can't commit to it yet till, I make sure that I'm healthy enough to do this and make it a regular thing.
Yeah.
Um, but if you like watch your tongue and, stick to the facts and you do really good at that. And you're very organized. So it's like you have your little cliff notes in front of you and you're following them to a T. I think that you will excel. You'll see it. And I know you have faith in yourself. So I don't even have to say it, but I know
Yeah, and
you'll
there's
do
a
it.
ton of people that show support, especially when somebody does stick up for themselves and be like, "No, this is my boundaries and this is what we're gonna do," and then people like that.
And I know they will. Like if you ask them, "Do you guys like this idea?" They're going to be like, "Oh yeah, totally." Cuz I asked, I go, "Do you how would you guys feel about me making videos like kind of like, like a book on tape or whatever they call it, audio book, but I'm telling you like murder mysteries or whatever they're called." And they have to do with just what my topic is, which is domestic violence and SA. And
Yeah.
everyone was like, "Oh, that is a great idea, Inky." And I was like, "Yes, okay, they liked it," because it's something that I really think I could enjoy doing and wouldn't have to worry about responding to chat constantly and I could stay focused and on topic. And then
Yeah.
it would just be more fluid, kind of. So it would
Yeah,
be easy to listen
exactly.
to while you're doing dishes and you're not like trying to keep up with who's talking about what in chat, because I
Mhm.
tendency to
Yeah.
do that.
I
So
like that too. I like when I can listen to streams that are pre-recorded and I can just zone out and do what I need to do physically, like with whatever's in front of me in real life, but then have something listening, that I'm listening to it in my earbuds or whatever.
exactly. So even though, like, I'm not chatting in your chat, I'll be like, "Hi, hun," and then I'll be like, "Smash the like button," and then I'll put my phone down and I'll just be listening because if not, I'll have a tendency to, like, be doing dishes and then grab my phone up with wet hands, and then it comes out a freaking hot mess, and you'll be like, "I don't even know what she was trying to say."
Mhm.
But I'm
Well, the
I'm pretty
only
sure.
reason, because Arkansas said you can have a channel and never go live. The only reason people go live is because of all the super chats and everything, but I'm not trying to grift off of my audience. If they wanna donate to me because they like me and they wanna support me, that's cool, and I totally appreciate that, and, like, we all need money right now, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna say no and just turn that off because I did work for the option to do that. But I don't need that in order to want to keep putting information out through my channel. That's not why I started it to begin with. So it's like for me, I feel like at least for now, like the pre-recorded videos will be better for my agenda. And whoever else can say whatever they want about it, that's because they need to go live to get money from people because they don't got nothing else. You know?
Right.
I'm not stuck in that situation. So
Exactly, and I do enjoy doing bingo, and I would like to do bingo maybe a couple of times a week, but, I don't want to spend 5 hours doing, just one bingo game, and what people don't understand is I do it for fun because if you actually saw the money that came in and the money that went out, if I have 5 people in there playing and there's always a $25 winner, you know what I mean? Plus, I have to pay for
yeah.
the StreamYard and everything that goes along with it, and there's really not much money that's being made from bingo. That's just to keep the show going for that. That's it.
Yeah, you know
And
what?
I
I've spent so much more money on all of my equipment and StreamYard
Mhm.
and music and everything that, like, I don't make money off this. Like, I lose money doing it. And I don't have the energy to go live every single day and grift for money and
Exactly.
rely on other people to support me through donations. Like, that's a terrible way to get an income. You know what I mean? Like, that is not dependable whatsoever. And I feel bad even asking. The only reason why, like, I put it in the corners of my screen right now, like my PayPal and Cash App, is, because I know that it's going to piss other people off. That's really like my motivation to even ask.
You know what's crazy? I was like, one of these days, she's gonna figure out how to turn off those name tags.
What happened?
I said, one of these days, you're gonna figure out in StreamYard how to turn off the name tag.
What do you mean?
You know how your name is Danielle, but you can put your Cash App name there? There's a
Yeah.
way that you can turn that off.
Oh. Oh,
So,
where other people can't put their Cash App?
yeah. And I'll either have it scrolling across the bottom of the screen or whatever, but that's because 'cause I've invested in, a lot of equipment, ring
So have
lights
I.
and cameras and, new mics and booms and sound system. Sh Yeah.
Yeah, when I got my tax refund this year, like, I got myself a whole little setup so that everything could be more organized, so that, like, I'm not sitting on my bed with my camera bouncing around every time that I move, and you know what I mean? Just to make it
Mhm.
more, like, aesthetically pleasing for
Did
the
you
audience,
did you
and
get a new
yeah,
mic?
yeah.
I can tell. I could
Yeah,
tell
I
when
got a
I can tell
mic and
last
I
time.
have it on, a boom arm so that it's right here in front of my face and everything, like.
I could totally tell the last time you streamed, I was like, "She got a new mic, I can tell, like, it sounds
Oh, no,
different."
no, I've had it. I just got it, I think finally set up to where I put it right in my face instead of having it just, where you could hear me, but
Mhm.
I was, because I finally, like, I have this little thing on the back of my desk that it holds there's, a thing that holds my laptop, and it's up off the desk, so I could also put stuff underneath the laptop, and then I have my second monitor right in front of me, and then it also has an arm where the webcam goes, and it has another arm that has the ring light above me, and another arm where the mic goes. So now I can
Wow.
have the mic, like, in front of my face, but without it blocking me in front of the camera, you know?
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
So it's the low profile boom arm then, like the
Um,
way.
It's got different, I mean, you could put it however you want. You could put it where it faces up at you, or you could put it where it's hanging down. I'll have to take a picture of my little setup and send it to you so you
Oh,
could see
okay.
what I mean. But yeah.
Thank gosh
Yeah,
that my
just
ring
like,
light is on a little freaking tripod stand that had a space for me to hang to clip my camera onto it, which is
oh,
crazy
yeah.
because I'm not in my studio, so my monitor is literally probably 6 feet away from me, and my keyboard and mouse is in front of me on where I'm sitting.
They have these little webcams that, they're on, like, a little teeny tiny, like, flexible arm thing, like, or, like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a little wire thing, and it can actually hang down in the center of your, laptop or your monitor or whatever you're using, and you can actually put it in different spots to where, like, let's say you're on panel with somebody and you wanna be able to make it look like you're making eye contact with them, you could
Uh-huh.
put it right where they're at, and the camera's so tiny that it only blocks like a dime size part of the picture on the monitor, and so you could put it right there and it'll be like you're making eye contact with them.
Wow, that is cool.
I want to get one of those
Hmm.
because I hate
Well,
having to have my camera in a spot where I'm either looking down or looking up, or what, you know what I'm saying? It's never in the center.
right, right, right. Exactly. Exactly. And when I was using the DSLR camera, that thing is so big that it took up so much real estate that I had to put it off to the side. So I switched from using that to using my S23, and one, it's a better picture. I don't lose service to the typically, except for yesterday, lose service and connection. So it's a constant audio or video feed where I was having video feed issues before. And it's smaller, so I can put it on a smaller little thing to move it around and put it in a place that I want it where I can connect it to the ring light and it'll go kind of like wherever the ring light is kind of thing. Where when the DSLR camera, I had it on its own separate tripod and it was just so ginormous. It was just always in the way. And it was like, yeah, I would always lose feed to it. So it was just
Yeah,
a
it's
pain
like,
in
do
the
I
butt.
put the camera where I can't see half my screen because the camera is blocking it, but
Exactly.
it looks better, like I'm making eye contact with the people that are watching me, or do I put it up higher and then they're looking down at me? So, and which is how I have it right now, and it's kind of annoying. Yeah, I totally wanna get this little camera I saw. It was like $159 or something. It's not even that expensive, but
Wow. I was looking at the lodge. I think it's a no, it's the Envato, Evat. Oh shoot, I can't remember now. Starts with an E and ends with an auto.
I don't
Envato,
know.
Evato, something like that. Um, it's a really, really good webcam. It's like high def, like 5K. But I don't know if I want someone to see my face that well either. I'm just kidding.
Right? I know. It's funny because Gemini wanted to get me a really nice, webcam for Christmas last year, and I was like, "For what? Like, people don't need to see me like that." Like,
I don't want them to see every little freckle I got.
right?
No, you're beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
You
So
are.
are you.
Oh, I thank you much. Oh, see, there was that baby talk. Oopsie.
Oh.
Darn it. I've been working on it. But
That's
anyways,
funny.
I'm gonna jump off here and I'm going to work on that video. And then, just send me a message or I'm sure I'll get the message if you post a video or if you're gonna work on one tonight, just yeah, let me know.
Okie dokie.
It's
Will do.
yeah. Or if you decide to go live, let me know.
Okay.
I'm always down. And sometimes Gemini remind me, he'd be like, don't forget, Danny's going live tonight. I'm like, yes.
You didn't get my
Bet
email,
you.
Arkansas, where I sent my number? Okay, I'll send it again, but I thought I did. That's weird. I'll look in the drafts because it should be there. I remember doing it.
I know. See, I finally sent Arky a text and then she never texts me no more. I feel abandoned. Yeah, she got to go to Florida and go hang out in a swimming pool. The beaches are white, the West Coast are gray. Both of
I
you
know
are. Oh, thank
Arkansas
you,
went and
Olivia.
saw other people, but didn't come and see us in California.
I know.
Meanie. No. I'm just kidding.
I know. I think they just don't. Nobody likes California, but it's all right.
Right. Yeah, why would anyone want to come here to the ugliest, most beautiful place in the world? I don't know.
Oh. Arky said that I did text you, but I started thinking the number was no good because I was going to change my number because I didn't want to be bothered anymore.
Oh.
And it was
We
just
gotta
going
buy
out to
you
the
a
ones.
ticket? Psh,
Yeah.
I'm all this like, okay.
Oh, that's right,
Well,
because they got her a ticket to go to Florida. They're
well,
so
one day when
sweet.
I'm rich, I most definitely will.
Damn, the Powerball is at in $1 billion.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm like, yep, I'm gonna start buying Powerball tickets.
That's such a waste of money. You're better off playing the Fantasy 5. You
What
actually have a chance at winning that one. I mean,
I don't know, I've never played any of them, so I have no idea.
the Powerball, the odds are like 1 in like 105 or something just to get your money back. Like, it's really bad odds.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe it's a little less than that, but I mean, it's not very good odds at all.
She said, "Mom, maybe one day when I grow up, I can afford my own stuff."
I'm in the same boat right now, Arkansas. All my money has to go to moving,
I
but
know,
it'll
we're
be
all in
better once I get
transition
out of
mode.
here. I know.
It's okay, it's a good move for you. It's a
I
good
gotta
move
get out of
move
this
for you.
apartment. I can't take my neighbors no more, none of it. Like, it's just it's a lot. And it'll be a lot better having the support from, another person in the house, like, not financially, even just having someone there and, like, you know what I mean? Just yeah. I'm all
Yeah,
I live in the ghetto with, like, babies, kids everywhere, and just I can't take it no more.
that movie was so funny. Oh my gosh. What are you, a baby's kid? Oh my gosh.
Seriously, dude, they just sit on my stairs and, like, smoke weed all day, every day and stuff, and, like, spit everywhere, and, like, I can't
Yeah.
take it anymore, it's so disgusting, like
I think you and you know what? I know you have been, independent for a long time and on your own, but I think this is a good change as, transitioning into that more well-rounded and it's good for the babies. I know you have 1. It's good for the
yeah.
baby.
I think it'll
It
be
gives them
good
a
for
good
me
role
overall
model.
to have to, give up that control of my life in a way.
Mhm.
I think it'll be good for, like, the evolution of my consciousness, you know?
Yeah. I think it'll be a gr and yes, we will go by Harley Dads. I'll swing by and say hi.
Oh, he's the one who came in the chat?
It just says also Harley Dad wanted to know if you would come by to show support and
No, he
hit the
wanted
like.
you to know he came by to show support, but he didn't say anything so you would not get hated on for having him in your chat.
Oh, why? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. I
Because
can't keep up with the
other people have
Joneses.
drama, you know? Yeah.
It's like keeping up with the Joneses. Okay, Lovey. Well, I'm gonna hop off here. Everyone that is still here watching, I greatly appreciate you all. Thank you so very much. And
Good
if you
night.
guys do need, thank you, Danny. I appreciate. I love you. Mwah.
Love you too. Mwah.
Mm. If anyone needs any information or help with services, Arkansas is really good at throwing some stuff down in the chat. That's always, she has those 1-800 numbers. She knows them by heart. I'm sure she has a whole list of them of copy and paste. She's awesome like that. Um, or if you need, something that's more private assistance in that certain area, my email is in my about section. So please don't be shy. Feel free to hit me up if you need any kind of information or, assistance and, yeah, I'm here. No problem. If you have any questions, ask me. I will do the best I can to help you out in any way possible. Thank you very much, everyone. Mwah. I love you all. Arky, thank you. You've always been a great support person. I love you muches. And I will be addressing this issue that's going on, off camera. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful Thursday that's coming up. And it's supposed to be a really good weekend. I love you too, Arky. Mwah. Night, night, love.